This is a great project to improve your front-end skills. You will build an SEO optimized blog with Next.js, Contentlayer, and Tailwind CSS. Codebucks created this course. He has created many great courses on his own channel, and we're excited to share this course with the freeCodeCamp audience. The course is designed to be a one-stop resource for learners who want to create their own personal blog website with a bunch of features, including SEO optimization, dark and light themes, responsive design, and markdown-based blog rendering. Let's start learning.
Hope you are all doing great. Today we are going to create something very useful in our developer journey. There are multiple options where we can share our learning through writing such as Hashnode, Dev, Medium, etc. But I always like to have my own blog as a developer where I can customize anything I want. So today we are going to create this amazing blog using Next.js and Contentlayer. So as you can see right now, let me refresh this, and so we have this minimal navigation bar which has just four options. One is the themes feature, and other two pages are the about and contact. And on the right side we have this social media icons and the logo on the left. Now in the cover section I'm displaying the latest blog that I have published. We have category, blog title, and a small description, and the cover image. Now let's scroll down. Now next section is for the featured post. This section is manually customizable by you so that you can show posts that you wanted more attention, or you think it's best for visitors. And the next is the recent post section, where we are going to show the last 6 posts. At the end we have an really simple footer that has this input and a submit button. Now in this input you can connect any third-party services that provides you the subscription and stuff. Also we have a sitemap as well. Now let's check out this blog page. Now in the blog page we have this cover image, title, and the category. Now here we have details about the blog such as publish date, total views, and reading time, and the category. Now let's scroll down. So on the left we have a table of content. By clicking on any of this link you can just directly go to that section. Also we can close this TOC as well. So this is the blog element that I have customized for the purple color. So here is the code block. Now this image will use the image component of the Next.js so that it loads faster. Now I have used Markdown to render this blog. Now let's open the category page. So this is the category page that contains blogs relevant to certain categories. So let's click on the productivity. So it will contain 3 blogs, and all 3 blogs have the productivity as their main category or tag. Let's click on the JavaScript. So under the JavaScript tag we have only one blog, and let's click on this all button. So it will show all the blogs that we have right now. Now let's check out the about page, and as you can see we have this insights going from right to left, and text on the right, and this cute little image on the left. Now this image is generated by DALL-E using a Bing search. And here are the skills. You can list your skills right here. Just a small hook to reach out. This link will open the contact page. So let's click right here. And we have this minimal contact page. Now on the left, we have this cute little animation by Lottie Animation. And on the right, we have this form. So I have created this form in a way that looks like a paragraph. You just have to fill in the blanks. Now let's go to the home page. Now in this website, I have implemented really good SEO techniques so that your article can rank better on Google and other search engines. Let me show you how the SEO will help you. Let's go to the Google and type OG preview online. Now OG is an open graph that is an internet protocol to standardize the use of metadata within a web page to represent the content of a page. So you can consider that as whenever you share some blog or any link on the social media, it will preview the content of the link in a beautiful manner. So let's open this first link and copy this URL, paste it right here, and let's click on the check website. Now on the right, you can see the preview. So whenever we are going to share this website on Facebook, it will look like this, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, and in the Discord as well. And here we have some details that will be shown on the Google search pages, such as title, description, and image. Let me open any blog. Let's copy this link and paste it right here. Let's check it. So whenever we are going to share this blog, there will be a title, a small description, and the cover image. So I have implemented all the required meta tags in this website as well. Let me close this. Now let me show you the responsiveness of this website. So let's go to the home page, open the Dev Tools, and click this device toolbar, and let's select iPhone 12 Pro. Let's keep the iPhone SE. Now as you can see here, we have logo and hamburger menu. Let's click on this and it will open this mini navbar. Now unless you close this with by clicking on the hamburger menu, this navbar will keep at the top. So it's convenient for users who want to keep it this way. Let's scroll down. We have featured post section with 3 blogs and recent post section with all the other blogs and the footer. Let's open the about page, and it looks great on the phone as well. Let's open the contact, and looks great. Now let's open this blog. Now we have a table of content on the top, and after that we have this blog. Let's go to any of this title. So it will scroll down to that heading. Let's open the category page. And it looks great. Now bear with me throughout this whole tutorial. I'll be your guide every step of the way, breaking down complex concepts into easy to follow pieces. So whether you are a tech newbie or an experienced developer looking to try building their own blog, then this tutorial is for you. So now let's get started. Now let's open this link. You will get this link from the description of this video, and in this repo I have put all the required project files and the starter code. So let's go here and copy this. Make sure you have a Node.js install in your system and GitHub as well. So let's go to the project folder. If you are on Windows, you can just open the command prompt by going to the address bar and type cmd, and here we have command prompt. Let me use the git command, git clone, and paste the URL. So now cloning is completed. Let's open this folder by going to the So now cloning is completed. So let's change the directory by using the cd command and copy this folder name and paste it. Now let's use the npm install command to install all the required libraries and press enter. Once it install all the dependencies, then let's open this repo in the VS Code. For that, you just have to write code and dot. Now let me show you the list of libraries that we are going to use. So we are going to use this Lottie player to render the Lottie animations. We are going to use the Supabase to capture the total views of each blog. We have Tailwind CSS and Contentlayer. We have GitHub Slugger to generate slugs for the blog. And we are also going to generate the sitemap. Let me just show you that. If you go down and click on the sitemap, let's copy this URL and paste it right here. So this sitemap will show each and every URL, each and every blogs. Now this sitemap is very useful for the search engines, so that they can index each and every one of the blogs from your website. Let's go to the VS Code, and we will use React hook form to get the response from the form. And we have reading time to calculate the reading time of each blog. And we have few plugins of rehype and remark. Now this plugin will help us to format and make the content look much prettier. And for the CSS part, we are going to use Tailwind CSS. So let me close this. First, let's open the tailwind.config.js file, and here you will find the colors object where I have put every color which we are going to use. So let's copy this, and first let's remove this, we don't need it, and paste it right here. Let's uncomment this. Now for those who don't know about this tailwind.config file, now in this file you can create your customized theme and add your variables. So in this colors we have this 5 variables that we are going to use. I forgot to show you the dark mode of the website, so let me just show it to you. Let's scroll up and click on this theme switcher, so it will turn the theme into the dark mode. And as you can see, now for this light theme, I have used this purple color as an accent color, but for the dark we'll use this yellow. This combination of yellow and black looks really great. Let's open any blog. As you can see here in this blog, it has a yellow color instead of the purple. Now you can also customize this code block, so they will also change these colors based on the theme, light or dark. Let's open the about page. And contact page. Let's go to the home page. Let me show you the project files. So if you go to this project files folder, you will find all the assets that we are going to use for in this project. We have blog images and blogs that are already written. Now in all this blog, I have just added the Tailwind documentation text and all the SVGs, and we have this Lottie animation as well, and some icons and site metadata and all the text that we are going to use to create this website. Now let's open the development server. So go to the command prompt and just write npm run dev. So this will open the development server at port 3000. Let's copy this and open the browser and paste it right here. Now let's remove this stuff. Go to the src in the app directory, open the page.js file, and let's remove all this except the main div and just write hello world. Let's save this and check the server, and here it is. Now those of you who don't know anything about app directory, then you don't have to worry about anything. I will explain each and every concept. So let me start with this page.js file. You can consider this page.js file as a UI that is unique to every route. So for this page.js file is directly under the app directory. So whenever you open the slash part, I mean the home page, it will always load the hello world, this page.js file. Now let's open this layout.js file. So those of you who knows the basics of Next.js, in the pages directory we have underscore app.js file and underscore document.js file. So similarly, layout.js file is also do the same work. So this layout.js, this file will be shared across all the routes. So if I create any route in this app directory, it will also have this HTML and body tags and class names. So anything I write here or any component I render right here, it will be also rendered across all the routes, because this is the root layout file. You can also create different layout files and different routes that we are going to do later on. So first let's set up the fonts, and we are going to use this layout.js file like this. So we are going to use two fonts. One is the Inter for the blogs and another is the main rope. So let me just copy this and paste it. Let's change its name to main rope, and instead of Inter, let's import the main rope as well from the next/font/google. And let's set display and this font configuration to swap, and let's add the variable name for this inter fonts. For that you have to type -- font and any name you like. Let's just type in. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now for the main row, we will change the variable to mr. Now we are not going to use this class name. Instead we are going to use this variable because we are using the Tailwind CSS. So let's remove this, and instead let's use both of these fonts. Let's open the backticks and the currency symbol, open the brackets and write this variable name dot variable, and do the same for the main row as well. So this way any component inside this children can use any of these variable names. Let's save this and open the Tailwind CSS. Here we also have to configure the fonts. So after the colors, press enter and write font family. Now we have two fonts with two variables called mr and in. Now mr stands for the main row, and here we have to add the variable name by using the var, same as we do in the CSS. Just write -- font -mr and copy this and paste it right here. Do the same for the inter fonts. Let's save this. Now we can use any of this font by just writing a class name such as font -in for the inter and font -mr for the main row. Let's go to the layout.js file. So I want to use the main row fonts for the whole website, unless we have any component that uses the inter fonts. Let me change this to main row dot variable. Let's save this, and also let's add some classes in this body tag. So we are going to use font -mr, which stands for the main row, and set the background to light, which is the white color, and for the dark we are going to change the background to dark. So that's it. Now instead of using these brackets every time we want to use the variable, there is a different method that we can use. So in the src folder, create one folder called utils, which is for the utilities. Let's create one file called index.js file. Now here we are going to create one helper function. So just write export const cx, and in this function we will pass the class names. Now we have used this spread operator to get all the values of class names, and let's use the arrow function. From this class name, let's use filter, add the boolean, write dot join by space. Let's save this and let me explain what this function do. Now here we are going to use the cx function to add multiple classes instead of using the parentheses. This function accepts the class names, the array of class names. Now we are using this filter with the boolean. Now why boolean? Now this filter will filter all the falsy values, so it can be an empty string, null or undefined. and then we are going to join each class name with one space. So let's use this function. Go to the layout and let's create another class name. Here just write cx to import the cx function from the utils. Let's open the parentheses and let's add the classes. First we have inter.variable, then main.rope.variable, then we have this 3 class names. So let's pass it as a string. Let's remove this and save it. Now let's create the navigation bar. Let me close this. Let's remove this image and this classes as well. So let's write flex dash column items to center, justify to center as well. Now I'm getting the suggestion of this classes from this extension. Here is the extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, so make sure to install it in your VS Code. And also there is one more extension. Here it is. Now this extension will help us to create the React component faster, so make sure you install this as well. Let me close this. Now in the src folder, let's create one folder called components, and inside the components folder let's create another one called the header. And press enter. Now in the header folder let's create one file called index.js. Now let's use the extension to create the React component. Just write RAFCE and we have this small component. Let's rename this to header and export as well. Let's save this. Now as we have seen in this blog, we are using the same header and the same footer across all these pages. So let's move this header and footer to the layout so that it can be shared across all the pages. So in the layout, before the children, let's add the header component. Make sure you import this from the components folder. Let's save this and check it out, and we have some errors in the header. And here is our header component. Let's remove this black background. Go to the global.css and remove all this. Let's save it. And here we have simple black background. Now let's start creating the header. Use the header HTML element. Let's add the class names. Keep the display to full. Padding -4. Padding X and Y to, let's keep it to 10. And display to flex. Items to center and justify between. Let's save this. So here is the header part. Let's remove this black background as well for now. Open the layout.js file and remove this class. Save this. So here is the white background. Now let's create the logo component. So inside this header folder, create one file called logo.js and write RAFCE to create this logo component. Here we will use the link component as the parent. Make sure you import it from the next/link. In the href, just write slash, and in this logo we are going to use one image and the text. So let's add one div and import the image tag from the next/image. In the src, we are going to import the image from the public folder. So make sure you have stored your logo in the public folder. For now, you can open the project files and copy this profile image.png and paste it inside the public folder. Now any files such as image or videos that you want to use in the Next.js, and if you are using it locally, then you must have to pass all those files into this public directory, otherwise it will not render those files. So let's import the profile image from @public/profile-image.png. let's use this image in the src, and for the alt you can just write your name, and for the class name, let's keep the width to full and edge to auto and rounded to full as well. Let's close this image. Now after this div, add one spawn tag and just write code bugs. Let's save this and let's import this logo component inside this header. Let's save it. I think we have some issue in importing this file. Let me check the name of this file again. Go to the logo. It can be because of this @ notation. For that you can just go to the json.config file. So this @ will replace itself with the /src/. So instead let's remove this and this so that we can access every folder such as public, src, etc. Let's save this, and as you can see here is our profile image. Let's add some classes in the image container. Let's add class names. Keep the width to 12. Let's keep it to 16. Rounded to full. Overflow hidden. Border type to solid, and border color to border-dark. Let's save it, and it looks great. Now in this link, let's add the class name, set the display to flags, items to center, set text color to text-dark. Now in this spawn element, let's add class name, set font to bold, and text size to text-extra large. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now also let's add some space between this image and the logo. Go to this image container div, write margin right to 4, save this, and looks much better. Now let's create the center part of this navigation bar. Let's go to the index.js file. Also, after the logo, let's create one nav element, and inside this nav we are going to use the link. So make sure you import it. Write href / close this and write home. Copy this and paste it for 2 more times. Write /about for the about page, and do the same for the contact page as well. Let's save this. And so we have these 3 links, and after this navigation bar we are going to have one more div, and this will contain the social links. Now let's add classes. Let's keep the width to the maximum and padding top and bottom to 3, padding left and right to 8, and set border dash solid and border color to dark. Set rounded to full, font to medium, capitalize all the text, and display to flex, items to center. Now let's add class in the link. Set margin right to 2, same for the about, margin left and right to 2, and for the contact as well. And let's add one button which will be the theme switcher. For now just write T. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now if you see closely, this navigation part is not at the center of this page, but instead it is on the right. So let's use the fixed position. So in the class name, add position to fixed and set top to 6, right to 1/2, that means right to 50%, and let's translate X to 1/2 as well, so that it comes at the center of the page. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now let's also add the backdrop effect so that it looks blurry on scroll. For that, first let's add the background and set the opacity of the background to 80 and use the backdrop class. So set backdrop blur to SM and save this. For now you won't be able to see anything, but on scroll, whenever some content goes under this navigation bar, you can see the different blurry effect. Now let's add the social media links. So remove this and add the link element. Here we are not going to use the link element from the Next.js, because here in the href we are going to pass the website that opens in the new tab or are the external links. So first is the LinkedIn, then Twitter, then GitHub, and the last one is the Dribble. You can add anyone you like. For now, let me just write example.com. Let's save this. Now instead of this names, let's add the icons. So you will find all the icons from the project files folder and the SVG folder. Now we are going to use a different approach to render the SVG files. So in the components folder, create one file called icons.js. Now in this file we will store all the SVGs. So first open the LinkedIn SVG, copy this, and in the browser open svgr playground and open this first link. So this will convert this simple SVG to an React component. So let's paste our SVG file and copy this whole component and paste it inside the icons.js file. Let's export it. Let's name it as LinkedIn icon. And we can manipulate this SVG by passing different class name from this props. So instead of props, let's open the curly braces and write class name and the rest of the props. So instead of props, just write rest and remove this field none. And let's add the class name. Let's use cx utility. Inside the cx function, we will add the class name that we have passed inside this component. And with this class name, let's add another class, set width to full and height to auto. And let's add the view box, because it is important when you resize the SVG element. Just write 0, 0, width which is 42 and height which is 43. Let's save this and import it inside the header element. So instead of this, just import LinkedIn icon. Let's save this. And it is not defined. So its size is a bit bigger. Let's add class name inside this anchor tag. Set width to 6, height to 6 as well, margin right to 4. Let's save this, and it's still bigger. Let's add the display to inline block, and it looks better. So this way we are going to convert all the SVG files to a React component. Now instead of doing this for each and every icon, I have already done that, and you can get all the icons from this icons.js file, which is in the project files folder. Let's copy all this and inside this components, and inside this icons.js file paste everything. So we have sun icon, moon icon for the themes feature, LinkedIn, Twitter, GitHub, and Dribble as well. Let's save it, close the icons.js file, and let's use this icons. Make sure you import it from the /icons. And copy this class name, add for each and every link. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now we have this scale up and down animation, so let's add it as well. In each icon we are going to add the same class, so let's select this and press Ctrl+D again and again. This way we can write the class name in each line. Add class name, set on hover, we will use scale -105 and set transition -all, ease and duration to 200. Let's save it. Let's increase the scale to 125. Let's save it, and it looks much better. Now let's add the icon for this themes feature. In this button, let's add the sun icon for now. Later we will add the condition on theme switch and add the moon icon as well. Let's save this. And here we have the sun icon. So our header part is completed. Now let's see how we can use Contentlayer to render the MDX blogs in this Next.js application. Now let's open the Contentlayer website. Go to the contentlayer.dev. Now why we are using the Contentlayer to render the markdown files? If you directly use the markdown in your Next.js project, then you might have to do more configurations, but if you use the Contentlayer, it will directly transform the markdown content into reusable data objects that can be imported in the JavaScript files. And Contentlayer makes it easy to edit the markdown file, since you don't need to reload the page to see the changes. Now, as mentioned here, Contentlayer is a content SDK that validates and transforms your content into type-safe JSON data that you can easily import into your application. Now, if you want to know more about the Contentlayer, you can just go through this website and read more about it. For now, let's go to the documentation section, and in this environment, select Next.js. So we have already installed the Next-Contentlayer and Contentlayer as well. Now, as mentioned here, we have to make some change in the next.config.js file. Let me close this. Open the VS Code. Let's close each tab and open the next.js.config file. Now, if you want to directly open any file in the VS Code, just write Ctrl+P and type the file name. And here is the next.config.js. Now let's go here, copy this and paste it right here. Now we are already exporting using this, but instead let's import like this, and any Next.js configuration can be exported from here. Let's save this. Now whenever we edit the next.config.js file, we have to restart our development server. Let's start it by using npm run dev, and there is some error. So this is a simple module related issue. Let's change this import statement to something like this: const let's get with Contentlayer from the next Contentlayer using require. Let's copy this and paste it right here. and instead of this, let's just write module dot exports equal to with content layer, and let's use the spread operator so that any configuration we pass here can be exported from here. Let's save this and start the development server. Let's reload this. Now let's go to right here. So we have done this configuration. Let's go to the source files, and as mentioned here, this module provides the method for working with the local files as your current content source. Now for this tutorial, we are going to use the locally stored blogs. So as mentioned here, there are three primary functions in the content layer. First is the make source, second is the define document type, and third is the define nested type. So let's click on this make source. Now as mentioned here, make source provides a content layer with the schema and configuration for your application. The code calling make source should be placed in contentlayer.config.js file. So let's copy this name and create one file. Let's close this. Now in the root directory, create one file called contentlayer.config.js. Now let's copy this code and paste it right here. Now let's add the required option in this make source function. So first is the content directory path. So let's copy this and paste it right here. We are also going to use the content folder to store the blogs. Let's just make one, create one folder in the root directory called content, and inside the content let's add one more folder and let's name it as blog-1. Now blog-1 is going to be the title of that blog. So press enter and create one file called index.mdx file. Now mdx stand for the markdown. Actually there are two formats. One is md, and mdx is the newer form of the markdown. MDX lets you include the JSX into the markdown so that you can use the React components inside the markdown files. Now those of you who don't know how to write in markdown, it is really easy. I mean, let's say for h1 tag, you just have to write hash and type this is the h1 element. Same for the h2, just write 2 hash, and this is the h2 element. So there are multiple different markdown techniques that you can use to create different content. Now there are different ways you can import the images in the markdown as well. Let's just save this file and go to the contentlayer.config.js file. So after the content, let's check the documentation. Now this is the content directory include. We don't need this. This is for the exclude. Now let's check this document types. Click on this define document type. Now as mentioned here, define document type defines the schema for one particular document type, often referred to as a model or content type. So let's copy this and paste it before this make source, and make sure to import this from the content layer /source files. Now instead of doc, let's write blog. For the name, let's keep the blog. Now for the file path pattern, we have slight different pattern, because in the content folder, first we'll go to the blog-1 folder, and then we will get the index.mdx file. So let's add one more and slash, and add one more. So this is the pattern that is suitable for our content, and write mdx. Now in this fields, we will add all the required fields that we are going to render on the website and that we are going to need in our blog. So let's go to the documentation. So there are multiple options. First is the name, and second is the fields. And if you click on this field type, so there are different fields available that you can use. So first we are going to use the string like this one. So title with the type string, we already have one. Now let's go to the date, because we are going to need this published date. Let's paste it right here, paste it for one more time. Here we will use the updated at, and so whenever you update your blog, then you also want to update this date as well. Let's keep it required field, so just write required to true. Let's do the same for the title and the updated at as well. Now let's add one more field for the blog description that you want to display somewhere, or you want to add it in the SEO. So just add description, keep the type to string and required to true. Now let's say for the cover image, we are going to use the image. For now, I don't think there is any type for the image. Let's search it. Let's click on this row local files, and as mentioned here, we can use this field to store the URL of the image. So let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's keep it as a required field. Now after the image, let's add one more field called the boolean. Copy this and paste it after this. Let's rename it to is published. So whenever this is true, that means the blog should be rendered on the website, and if it is false, that means the blog can be a draft or it can be old. So you can just make this field false, and that's how you don't have to delete the whole blog file. Let's set the default to true. Let's copy this and paste it for one more time. Here we will add one field called author. So for this project, I'm going to include only one author. That's why I have kept its field to string. But if you have a blog where there are multiple authors, then you can keep this type to list. And let's add the list type for the tags. So go to right here, copy this and paste it here. So the tags the type of the tags is list, and each element in this list is of type string. So I guess this is it. These are the all fields that we are going to need for this project. Let's save this. Now let's go to this define document type and check out one more option called computed fields. Now, as mentioned here, computed fields can be calculated on the fly rather than being read directly from the content source. So let's say you want any other fields that require some data from the blog, and then you can calculate something out of that data and you want to display that. So for example, here is the URL path. So the type of this computed field is going to be string, and this is one is the resolve function that that passes the document, markdown document, and from that document you can get the data and manipulate that data and return it to this resolve function. So in our case, let's create one computed file for the URL. So let's copy this, and after the fields, paste it here. So instead of URL underscore path, let's just write URL. Now, so in this resolve function, we will get the whole markdown document. Now, as mentioned here, they have used the flatten path. So let's copy this and remove this. Now we are going to render our blogs at /blog/blog title. So just write the backticks, write /blogs/ in the currency symbol and curly braces, paste the doc._row._flatten path, and let's save this. I think there is some error. Let's add the curly brackets. Let's save this. Now here we have to pass this define document type. So just click on the enter and write document types and add blog. That's it. Just save this and let's go to the here. I think there is some error. I guess it is because we changed this import. Here we have made some changes. So before there was an src. So let's go to the layout file, and here just write src/utils and do the same for this header as well, /src/components. Let's save this, and here is our website. Now let me restart this development server. Now if you see, there will be some details about the content layer. Now you will get this warning that content layer might not work as expected on Windows. So there is some reference error that string is not defined because we have no any information defined in this blog. So let's do that. Now if you want to add the information about the blog, such as blog title, tags, etc., then you can add it inside the section of the blog called front matter. So for that you have to go right here, write dash for the 3 times, press enter, and let's add the title. Let's add blog 1 title, and next is the description. So this is the description for blog 1. Next is the image. For this image we are going to use any image available in the public folder. So let's open this project files, go to the blog images. Let's copy this folder inside the public directory and rename it to blogs. Enter. So let's import the image. let's open the public folder /blog/ select any image you like. After this, let's add the published, add date. Now these are all the fields that we have declared right here, so we have to fill all these fields. So copy this, place it here. Let's change it to published at, and let's add the date. Today is 2023/08/28. Let's copy this, and same for the updated at. Next is published. Let's keep it to true. And next one is the tags. So for tags, we are using list, so press enter, and to add the list items you have to write dash, write the tag name such as productivity, write CSS. so these are the two tags, and now close this front matter. Now after this you can start writing your blog from here. So let's save this and check this right here, and we are getting this reference error called string is not defined. Let's see that. Let's check all the fields one more time. Type string required to type date string. Oh, here there is a mistake. We have to add string and double quotes. Let's save this, and now it says missing required field for one document, so it will skip the document. We have author is missing, so let's go right here, and after the updated add author, just write your name, save this, and as you can see here, it says generated one documents in the .content layer. Now if you go up, and here is the folder that is generated, and this folder contains all the generated documents in this generated folder. So in the blog, here you will find this blog-1.json file. Now this JSON file contains all the details about this blog. So let's see how we can render this. Let me close this and this as well. Now let's open the page.js file, and so now we want to get this blocks that are generated from here. So open this index.mjs file, and as you can see here, it is exporting all the blogs files as in all blogs. So let's import it. Import all blogs from, let's go out and click on .Contentlayer /generated. Let's log this all blogs, save this, and let's open the console. This component is server-side component, so it will log all the values in here. So here is an array that contains this one blog, and all its details such as title, published at, updated at, and the body of this blog. In the body there is two formats. One is the raw format and other is the HTML format. Now here are multiple information. Now we have already used this underscore raw and flatten path to generate the URL field, which is right here. So it is /blog/blog title. In this case it is blog-1. So this is how we can generate different blogs. Now let's see how we can render this. So in the documentation, go to the files and click on this generated data. So as mentioned here, this is the file location and this is the data structure that we already saw this. Let's click on the MDX, and here is the usage in Next.js. So this is how we will render all the blogs. All right, so let me go right here, go to the project files, and there is already a lot of blogs available. So just copy all this into the content folder. Let's select one by one, copy and paste it inside the content folder. Now as you can see, the content layer has generated the required files for all the blogs. So each blog will contain this informations such as title and etc. So we will use this body tag and all the content inside this body tag. So there are different types such as raw and HTML, and that's it. Now instead of writing this, we can shorten this import. So let's open the JSON, copy this and paste it right here. Let's write content layer / generated, and instead of this let's write in double quotes / content layer / generated. So we just have to write this and not the whole thing. Let's save this, and instead of this just write the content layer / generated. Let's save this, and we are getting the log. So let's create the cover section. Now this blog, we have 3 sections. One is this cover section, next is the feature post, and last one is the recent post. So let's create this. Go to the components folder. Let me close all this. In the components folder, create one more folder called home, and in this home folder let's create the home cover section file. Let's use RAFCE to create this component, and let's import it in this page.js file. So instead of hello world, let's import this, and let's pass all these blogs. So just write blogs, and just like this. Let's save it, and from here let's get all the blogs, and we are going to render the latest blog in the cover section. So for that we have to sort all the generated blogs. So let's create one function in the utils. So open the index.js file from this utilities folder, and let's create one more function. Let's use export const short blogs, pass the blogs, and this will return blogs. First let's use the slice, and then we will use the short. Now in this short, let's pass two elements of an array. Let's pass two blog A, blog B, and let's compare its date. So for that we are going to use the compare descending from the date-fns library that we have already installed. So in this function we have to pass the dates. So this function will compare the dates. Let's use parse ISO, and for the blog's date, for the blog A date, just write a dot published at, and then parse ISO b dot published at. So this function will return an array which are sorted from latest date to the oldest one. So let's copy this, go to the home cover section. Let's create one more variable called sorted blogs equal to, let's paste the short blogs function. Make sure to import it from the utils. Let's pass all the blogs. Now for this cover section we are going to select the first blog. So create one more variable called the blog, and from the sorted blogs select the first blog. Now let's see how we can render this blog. So we will use the article element. Now let's render the image. So before that, first let's see how we are getting the image from the log. So here is the image. So here we are getting the URL of an image, but instead of this string, let's get more data of the image, such as width, height, etc. For that we have to change the type of the image from the Contentlayer.config.js file. So instead of string, just write image. Let's remove this required to true. Let's save this and check the logs. Let's find the image element, and here it is. So as you can see, there are multiple information that we are getting from this image type, such as file path, relative file path, format, height, width, aspect ratio, blur, hash, data, URL, etc. So for this image we are going to use the file path, this one. And as you know, anything that is in the public folder can be accessed by just slash. So we will replace this // public and just keep this rest URL as it is. So let's add the image. Make sure you import this image from the next/image, and in the src let's write blog dot image dot file path, and from this file path we will replace the // public string to nothing, and let's add blur in the placeholder. For the more props of this image component, you can visit the Next.js documentation. Let's add the blur data URL. Just write blog.image. Here it is, blur hash data URL. So this blur data URL will get this blur hash data URL, and it will help to load the blurry effect whenever you load the website for the first time. And for the alt, let's just use the blog title, and let's use fill, so that image will fill out the whole container. Let's close this and add the class name. Set width to full, height to full, since we want to expand the whole image for the whole div. Let's set object position to center, and set object to cover. Set its radius to rounded to 3xl. That's it. Now inside this article, let's add class name. Set display to flex, flex direction to column, items start, justify at the end, because at the end of this whole component we want to show the blog title, etc. Set margin left and right to 10, and set position to relative, height to, let's keep 85 viewport height. So let's write width to full, and we are getting this whole image. Instead of this, let's create one more div, and for this div, let's give it width to full and set its display to inline block, and remove this width. Let's save this, and now it looks great. Now let's add overlay on the half side of this blog, so that whenever we add the title like this, so it can be visible. So for that inside the article, let's create one div and close this div. Add a class name. Set display to absolute, top to 0, left to 0 as well, bottom to 0, and right to 0. Now set height to full, and let's add the gradient. So for that we will use bg gradient to bottom, and we will start from the transparent color, and from 0% position to dark, and let's set its radius to rounded 3xl as well, and let's save this. Let's add the z index to 0 minus z dash 10. Let's save this, and here is the overlay. Now as you can see, the lower part is a bit darker than the upper one. Let's add the blog title. After the image, let's create one div, and let's add the class name. Set width to full, or for now set width to 3/4. That means width is 75%. Let's set padding to 16. Display flex, flex dash column, items from the start, and justify to center. And let's keep the z index to 0. First, let's render the category. For that, we will use the link element, and inside this href, let's write. First, let's open the backticks, then write /categories/ we'll add blog.tags, and let's select the first tag. That's it. Now close this link, and inside this link, let's add the name of the tag. So just copy this and paste it right here. Make sure to import the link from the next. In this div, let's add the text color to text-light. Let's save it. And here is the category. Let's add the title. So after this link, let's add title in h1 tag. So just write blog.title, and after the title, let's use a p tag to add the blog description. So just write blog.description. Let's save this, and here it is. Now we are going to use this category in different components. So let's create one separate component for that. So just go to the components folder and create one folder called elements. Inside this elements, let's create one file called tag.js. Let's create the tag component, and let's copy this link and paste it right here. Make sure to import the link. Now instead of this href, let me get the link from the props. Let's say if nothing is passed, we will use the hash, then the name, and rest of the props. Inside this href, remove this, add link, and instead of this blog.tags, just write name, and in the class name, let's use the cx. So first we will add the display to inline dash block, and let's pass props.class name if we pass any class name to this tag component. Let's save this, and instead of this link, let's import the tag component. For the link, we will pass this, and for the name, we will pass this one. Let's remove this and save it. And here is the link. Let's style this. Let me minimize. Go to the tag. Now let's add more class names. Set padding top and bottom to 3, padding left and right to 10, background to dark, and text to light. Let's save this. Alright, let's make it full rounded. So just write rounded dash full, capitalize it, increase the font weight to font semi bold. Let's add the border dash solid and border dash light. Now let's increase the border width, so just write border dash 2, and it looks great. Let's add the animation on hover. Let's scale it to 125. Let's keep it to 105 and add transition all ease with duration 200. And it looks great. That's it. Now let's add styling for this h1 element. Set font weight to font dash bold, capitalize, text dash light, text dash 4XL. Let's save this. Alright, let's add h1 tag inside this link so that whenever someone click on the blog title, it will open the blog. In the href, let's add the blog link by using blog.url. Now in the link, let's add one class. Let's add margin top to 6, and on hover on of this title, let's add the effect, the underline. For that, let's use the span tag. So just copy this, add span, and inside the span add the blog.title. Let's add the class name. So first we will use the gradient. So just write bg dash gradient dash to dash right. So gradient to right from the accent color, which is purple, to accent color. Now let's change the background size by just writing bg dash length to 0 pixel and 6 pixel. Let's save this. Actually, there should be underscore between 0 pixel and 6 pixel. Now as you can see here, the background size is 0 pixel and 6 pixel. Now on hover, let's change this background size. So just copy this, paste it right here, and instead of 0 pixel, let's change it to the 100%. Let's add bg dash left dash bottom. So now this class is for the background position to left bottom. So this will start animating from the left. Let's add bg no repeat. Let's add transition. This time we will not use the all, but instead we will use background size, because we are animating the background of the span element, and set the duration to 500. Let's save this. And as you can see, it looks much better. Now let's add the styling for the description. Set display to inline block, margin top to 4, text to text dash base. Let's text to text dash large. Let's keep it to extra large, and font to enter. So just write font dash in. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now this is rendering the first blog, and the first blog does not have much data. So instead of that, let's render the another blog. So just change it this index from 0 to 1, and this looks great. Let's reduce the overlay. So for that, go to right here and add the opacity to 90, and now it looks almost the same. Now let's create this featured post section. So let's open the components folder, and inside this home, let's add one component called featured post layout.js. Let's create a simple component and render it inside the page.js file. Same as we did for the home cover section. And we are going to pass the blocks same as this. Let's save it. Let's get all the blocks from the props. And as we did for the home cover section, let's use the short blocks function. Make sure you import this function. Now let's start with the section element. Now inside this section, let's set width to full, margin top to 16. Let's keep it to 32 and padding left and right to 32 as well. Set display to flex, flex direction to column, items to center, and justify to center as well. Now inside this section, let's add the h2 element and just write featured post. Let's increase the text size. First, let's set width to full, set display to inline block, and font to bold. Let's capitalize it and set text to 4XL. Let's save this and check it out. So here is the featured post section. Let me close this tabs. Now in this featured post section, we have two layouts of the blog. One is this layout 1. Let's call this layout 2. And in the recent post, in this column manner, we have third layout. So let's create all these layouts. So after this h2 element, let's create one div. And in this div, we will use the display grid. Let's keep the grid calls to 2 and grid rows to 2 as well. Set cap to 6 and margin top to 16. Now in this div, let's add one article element. Here we will use the blog layout 1. Let's add the class to this article element. This article element will use 2 columns. So write call dash span. It will use 1 column and 2 rows. So row span dash 2. Set the position to relative. Let's copy this article and paste it again for 2 more times. Now both of these blocks will cover 1 column and 1 row. So let's just replace this to 1 and 1 as well. So this will be layout 2 and here it is layout 2 as well. Let's save this. So this will cover the blog layout 1 and here is blog layout 2 and 2. So let's create all the layouts. Inside the component, let's create one folder called blog, and inside this blog, let's add one component called blog layout1.js. Let's import the blog layout 1 right here. Now we will pass the next blog. So in the blog, pass the blog as sorted blocks, and in the array of blocks, let's keep the index to 2. Let's save this, and from the blog layout 1, let's deconstruct the blog. Let's set the class name to inline block, set overflow to hidden, and rounded to Excel. Now inside this div, we will use the overlay that we have already used in the home cover section. So just go to the home cover section and copy this overlay. Let's copy this whole thing. So just copy this and up to the article and paste it right here. Now in the image, instead of fill, let's use height and width. So write width, write blog.image.width, and do the same for the height as well. Let's import the tag. Let's import the link as well, and we won't be needing the paragraph tag because we will not display the description. Let's save this. Also let's import the image first, and let's save this. Now let's make this absolute. So go here and remove all these classes. Let's set display to absolute, bottom to 0, and padding to let's keep it to 10, and set index to 20. Let's keep its width to full as well. Let's save this, and it looks a bit strange. Let's change the radius, so rounded 3xl to just xl. Now let's change the color of this text. So in the h1, let's replace it with h2, and instead of text-4xl, we'll keep it to 2xl. Change the text color to text-light. Let's add margin top to 4. Now let's change the style of this tag as well. So let's add the class name, padding left and right to, let's set it to 6, text to small, padding top and bottom to 2, and instead of border -2, set it to border. So it will set the border to 1 pixel instead of 2. Now this will override this class should override the border -2 class that we have defined in the tag component. So for that, let's add the important keyword, and in Tailwind you just have to write the exclamation mark, so it will add the important keyword. Let's save this, and it looks much better. Now let's remove this, we don't need it. Instead let's set index to 10 for this overlay, and for this div let's keep the set to 20. Now similar to this, let's create the blog layout number 2. Let's save this and import it right here, just like this. And in the blog, let's change the index number. Let's deconstruct the blog. Now let's use the grid. So grid calls to 12, set gap to 4, items to center, and text to dark. So there will be two parts. One is for the image, and we will add the image inside this link. So in the link, let's add the blog.url. For the class name, let's add the image. Make sure to import it from the Next and import this link as well, and the image src. Let's copy it from the first layout. Just copy this image and paste it right here. Now let's add different classes. Set aspect ratio to square, width to full, height to full, object to cover, set object position to center. So we have 12 columns, and this image will take the 4 columns. So right call -span -4 and set height to full, rounded to XL, and overflow to hidden. Let's save it, and it looks better. Now after this link, we'll add all the other information. Let's copy it from the blog layout 1. Just copy this div and paste it right here. Let's change the class names. Set it to call -span -8, width to full. Now instead of this tag, we will use the span element, and inside the span, let's add this tag. Let's remove this tag element. Now for the span, set the text to uppercase and text color to text-accent, font to semi-bold, text size to text-sm. Now for the link class, let's remove the margin top 6. Instead, add the display to inline block. And set margin top and bottom to 1. Let's keep the font to semi-bold and text to LG. Let's remove these classes, and looks better. Now for this, let's decrease the opacity. So go to the span, and in the from accent, add the opacity of 50. Do the same for the 2- accent. Now it looks much better. Let's add the date. So after the link, add a span. Inside the span, we will use the format function from the date-fns library. So make sure you import it. Now in this function, write new date. So we will use the blog dot published at date, and let's add the format of the date. So we want the whole month, date, and whole year. Let's save it. I think this year should be in small letters. Let's save it. and here it is. Let's add the class names, capitalize, set text color to bit gray, font to semi bold, and text to base, and looks much better. We can also try the gray color, but it looks more darker, so let's keep the dark /50. Now let's create this recent post section. Copy this, close all. In the home folder, create one section called recent post.js and paste it right here. And instead of featured post, let's keep the recent post. Let's remove this whole div, and instead of featured post, just write recent post. Let's remove this import. Let's save it and go to the page.js file, and let's import the recent post. Make sure you pass the blog as well. Let's check it out. So here is the recent post. Now here with the recent post title, we have this view all link that goes to the /category/all. Let's add this and add all these blogs. Let's copy this, create one div and paste the h2 element along with the link. Set href to /categories/all and write view all. In the class name, let's add display to inline block, font to medium, text color to text accent, underline, and underline offset to 2, and set text to text-lg. Now in this div, let's add the display to flex, width to full, and justify to space between. Let's import this link. Let's remove this with full, save it, and it looks much better. After this div, let's create one more div. In this div, we will use the display grid and set grid calls to 3, set gap to 16 and margin top to 16 as well. Now in this div, let's display all blogs. So we will display only 6 blogs. So we have already displayed 4 blogs. So we are left with the rest of the blogs. So let's use the sorted blogs dot slice. Now the first blog was the blog -1, and after that we have displayed 4 blogs. So we will slice this array from 5 to 11 to get the 6 blogs. So dot map. So this slice method will give us the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10th blog. Slice method will not consider this last boundary. Let's use map, get the blog and index. Let's return the article, and here we will use the blog layout 3. Let's add the class name to this article element. Set col-span-1 and row-span-1 as well, and set the position to relative. Also, let's add the rows as well, so 3 rows, and save it. So we have 1, 2, and 3, 4, 5, and 6 blogs. Let's create the third layout. Let's add blog layout 3.js. Let's save it and import this right here. Make sure to import it in the blog. Let's pass the blog element. Let's deconstruct the blog. Now this layout will be almost the same as the layout 2. So let's go to the layout 2, copy the whole thing and paste it right here. Just change the names and let's change some classes. So now let's not use the grid. Instead we will use flex dash column items to center. Now let's remove this col-span-4. Keep everything as it is. Let's change this aspect square to 4:3. And after in this div, let's remove this and set flex to flex dash col, width to full, and margin top to 4. Let's save this. And it looks much better. Now as you can see, this header is going under this blogs. So let's add the set index. Go to the header. Now in this header element, let's go to this nav, set z to 50. And it looks much better now. Let's add the hover animation. Let's go to blog layout 3 and in this image. First, let's add one class called group right here, and in this image, let's write group dash hover. We'll scale this image to 105, set transition to all ease and duration to 300. Let's save this. And looks much better. Now for this span, let's add the group hover instead of just hover. So in the span, let's add the group dash hover. Now it looks much better. Let's do the same for this elements as well. Copy this, copy this, and open the layout 2. Add in the image, add the group class, and let's add group dash hover in this span. And looks great. Let's do the same for the layout 1 as well. close all this, open the layout 1, add the image. Let's add the group class and group-hover. Let's add cursor to pointer for the image, and this looks much better. Looks great. Let's compare this with the demo. I think we have to add a little bit padding here. Go to the header. So we have mr2, mx2. Let's add the mx2 instead of mr2. It looks almost same. Now let's add the footer. Now same as we did for the header, let's create one more folder called footer and add index.js file. Let's name it as footer. Let's save it and import it in the layout after this children component. So here is the footer. Now let's use the footer element. Inside this footer, let's add text in the h3 and another text in the paragraph. Now go to the project files and open this website content.txt file. Here you will find the text for the footer. Copy this, paste it right here, and copy this, paste in the paragraph tag. So after the paragraph, we have one form. Now for this form, we are going to use the React hook form. So let's go to that website, React hook form. Open this website. Now React hook form, as mentioned here, is a performant, flexible and extensible forms with easy to use validations. So this is really great library if you are dealing with forms in React. For now, just go to the tools and click on this form builder, and let's see how many fields we will require. So for this, we will only require input and this submit button. So let's delete all the other fields. Let's edit this. It's not the first name, it is an email, and type select it to email. If you want any other validations, you can write it from here. Let's update, and here is the code. First, let's copy this and import it right here. Copy the form, add after this paragraph tag, and copy all this and paste it right here. For now, let's save this and check it out. So as mentioned here create context only works in client components. So we have to make it as a client component, and to convert any server component to client component, we just have to use this use client and save it. So here are all the text and the form. Let me just type anything, codebugs@gmail.com. Let's click on the submit. Let's check the log. So we are getting the object, and this object will contain the email. First, let's style this, and then we will see how this form is working. Let's add class to footer, set margin top to 16, rounded to 2XL, VG dark, margin to 10, flex direction to column, items center, text light. Let's save this. Now for the H3, let's add margin top to 16, font medium, text to center, capitalize, and text size to 4XL, padding left and right to 4. Let's save it, and looks great. Now for the paragraph tag, let's set margin top to 5, padding left and right to 4, text to center, width to full. Let's set width to 3/5, font to light, set text size to base. Looks better. Now for the form, let's add the class name, set margin top to 6. Let's set minimum width to at least 384 pixel. Set display to flex, items to stretch, VG to light, padding -2, set rounded, and margin left and right to 4. Let's save it, and looks much better. Now let's use the Tailwind's form plugin. For that, let's open the Tailwind CSS plugins. Let's scroll down, click on this forms. So we have already downloaded this forms plugin. We just have to add it in the tailwind.config.js file. So copy this, open the Tailwind, and in the plugins, let's add it. Let's save this. So this will apply the basic style to this form. Let's add class to this input. Let's set width to full, set background to transparent, set text to dark. Now on focus, we want the border to be dark, and on focus, set ring to 0. We don't want any border. Now set border to 0 and set border to bottom. We just only want the bottom border. Set margin right to 2, padding bottom to 1, and let's save this, and it looks better. Let's change this placeholder to enter your email. Let's save it and add the class for this submit button. Background to dark, text to light, cursor to pointer, font cited to medium, rounded, padding left and right to 5, padding top and bottom to 1, and let's save this. And it looks much better. So let me tell you how this form works. First, let's see what is this use form hook. So this use form hook is to manage the forms, and it gives us different functions and values such as a register. Now this register method allows you to register an input or select an element and apply different validation rules to this input. Like this, we have used register method to register the email input, and here are some validation rules. Now next is the handle submit method. Now this function will receive the form data if form validation is successful. Now this form state is an object that contains information about the entire form, such as errors, and it also gives us different values such as is loading or is submitting, is submitted, etc., so that you can create interactive forms. And this is simple on submit function that gives us the data. Now as you can see here, this handle submit function will take the another on submit function. So once the validation is done, then it will call this function and returns the data. So there are lots of functions in this React hook form than we are currently using, but I suggest you to go to the API and check all these different functions and methods. So let's add the social media links. For that, let's go to the header and let's copy this whole div and paste it after the form. Now in this div, let's add the class name, set display to flex, items to center, and margin top to 8. Let's save it. We have to import all these icons. Let's import it. Import LinkedIn, Twitter icon, GitHub icon, and Dribble icon. So here are all the icons. Let's change the color of this GitHub. Let's add one more class called fill-light, and now it looks much better. Now after this div, let's add one more div, add one more span, write ampersand copy for the copy symbol, go to the website content and copy this, paste here. Let's use the link, set href to /sitemap.xml and write sitemap.xml. After this link, add one more div and write made with, write ampersand hearts by, let's use the anchor tag, and inside this anchor tag let's write code bugs. For now, let's add the link of my blog website called davdreaming.com. Let's save this, and here it is. So in this div, let's add the class name, set width to full, margin top to 32, or let's say 24, position to relative, font to medium, Let's set the border top, border dash solid, and border color to border dash light. Set padding left and right to top and bottom to 6, padding left and right to 8. Set display to flex direction to row, items to center, and justify space between. Let's save it. Now for this span, let's use text-center, and for this link, let's add the class name, set text-center, underline, and that's it. For this div, let's add class name text-center. In the anchor tag, let's keep the underline, and that's it. Let's remove this padding left, so just write padding left to 0 and this input, and now it looks much better. Let's remove this extra white space. Open the recent post. So instead of this 3x3 grid, let's write 3x2. Let's save this. Now it looks much better. So our home page is completed. Now let's create this blog page. Let me close all this. Close this as well. Let's open the blog page. Now in this URL, as you can see, there is /blog and /blog title. Now to create such URL and to create all the pages for all the blogs, we are going to use the dynamic routing. So let's write dynamic routing Next.js. Click on this dynamic routes. Make sure you are in the app router. Now, as mentioned here, dynamic segment can be created by wrapping a folder's name in square brackets, for example id or slug. So dynamic segments are passed as the params prop to layout, page, route, and generate metadata functions. So let's see how this works. Let's open the app folder, and inside this app folder, create one more folder called blogs, and inside the blogs, let's create one more folder called slug for the blog slug. Now inside the slug, create one more file called page.js. Now whatever we passed after this URL, so /blog name, this blog name will be passed as a slug to this page.js file, and we will use that slug to display the data for that particular blog. So let's see how we can get this slug. Go to this documentation and let's copy this. Instead of page, let's just write blog page and remove this part. Now let's save this. Open the website, click on this blog. As you can see in the my post, it will give us the slug which says building progressive web apps, bringing the gap between web and mobile. So it is same as this part of the URL. Let's click on the another blog, and here is the same as the URL. So let's see how we can use this slug to render the blog. So in this blog page, let's get the blog. First, let's import the all blogs from the content layer /generated. So all blogs dot find. Let's pass each blog and let's compare it with blog dot underscore raw dot flatten path, which will be the URL is equal to the params dot slug. So let's see this flatten path. Go to the CMD, and here you can see the flattened path is the slug of the blog. Now how this is going to be the slug of the blog, because this is the file name for this particular blog. Open the content folder, and as you can see, all these file names are working as the slug. So make sure that these file names are unique and not the same. So this will give us the blog that has this same slug as the flattened path. Now let's render this blog. Add the article element. Let's add one more div, and this div we will add the tag. Make sure to import this tag component. In the tag name, let's add the tag. So blog dot tags, first element, then link, add backticks / categories / blog dot tags and 0. Let's add the class name as well. Set padding left and right to 6, text to small, and padding top and bottom to 2. Let's close this tag. So after this tag, let's add the h1 element, which contains the blog dot title. Let's add class name. Set display to inline block, margin top to 6, font semi bold, capitalize, text dash light, text size to 5XL, leading to normal. Leading, that means the line height. Set position to relative and width to, let's keep it as 5/6, so it does not span the whole area. Let's save this. So we have this h1 tag right here. Let's add all the other classes. So in this first div we have text, but in this second div let's add the image. Add one div and let's add the class name. Now this will be the absolute one, so right position to absolute, top 0, left 0, right 0, bottom 0 as well, height to full, bg dark /60 opacity, and inside this div let's add the image. For image you can use layout to copy this whole image and paste it right here. Make sure to import the image from next/image. We don't need any animation here. That's it. Let's save it. Let's decrease its height. So let's go to the first div and add the classes. Set margin bottom to 8, text to center, relative, width to full, and height to 70 VH. Set VG to dark. Let's save it. And it looks much better. Now for the second div, let's add the class name. Set width to full, set index to 10, display flex, flex direction to column, items to center, justify to center as well, and set absolute, and let's set it to the center. So top dash 1/2, left dash 1/2, that means left 50%, and negative translate x to 1/2, and negative translate y to 1/2 as well. Let's save this. As you can see, this div is in the center as well. Let's check for the other blocks as well. And it looks great. Actually, we have to close this div because it will work as an overlay. Let's delete this and save this. And now it looks much better. Let's add this block details. So in the blog folder, create one component called blog details.js. Now this blog details will have blog slug, let's import it right after this div. Pass the blog and the slug as well. Let's remove this and add time. So inside this time element, we will render the date. So just write format, make sure you import this function from date-fns library and use parse ISO, add blog.published at, and for the format, let's format it, write L, D for the date, and Y for the year. Let's import this blog details. And we have to pass slug as params.slug. So here is the date. Now next is the view. So for now, let's just write span and just write 10 views. Next, let's add one more div to add the reading time. Now we have to compute this reading time by using the library called reading-time, which we already have installed right here. So let's go to the contentlayer.config. In the computed fields after the URL, let's add reading time and set its type to json, and let's use the resolve. This function will give us the doc, and let's call reading time function from the reading dash time library, and in this function we will pass the doc.body dot raw. Let's save this and check it out. Let me just log this blog. Now if you check right here, there is this reading time. So it has different format. It has text which says 10 minutes read, in minutes, in time, and in words. So there are 1882 words. So let's render this. So just write blog.readingtime.text, and after this div, let's use the link element. This will link to /categories/blog.slug0. Let's close this link and use this variable. Let's add hash before this. Let's add class name, set margin to 3. Let's do the same for this div as well, the span, and for the time. Now for this div, now let's set padding left and right to -10, background to accent color, text to light, padding top and bottom to 2, display flex, items center, justify, space around, flex wrap, and text size to extra large, font medium, and set margin left and right to 5. Let's set it to 10. Let's make it rounded up to LG. Now it should be tags, not slug. Let's save this. And looks much better. So after this blog details, we have two elements. One is the table of content and another is the blog details. So let's render them. So after the blog details, let's create one more div. Let's add the class name, set display to grid, grid calls to 12, set gap to 16, margin top to 8, and padding left and right to 10. So next one is the div for the table of content. Let's use the col span -4 and another div for the blog details. This will use col span -8. Now let's create another component to render the blog details. So inside the blog folder, create one component called render mdx.js. Let's import this mdx component. Let's remove this and instead we will render this component. So this component will use the blog prop. So make sure you pass the blog. Let's save this and deconstruct the blog from here. And as we have seen right here, we'll use this use mdx component. So copy this, paste it right here. Copy this as well. And copy this. Let's save this and check it. We have yet to import this. It should be blog, not the post. Let's check this. All right. I think we are not getting the blog.body.code. Let me check the Contentlayer.config. I think there is one more field that we have to add, that is called the content type. Now let's set it to mdx. Let's save this. Alright, now in this blogs I have used the Next.js image, so it is telling me that there is no image component is imported. So let's go to the render.mdx and let's create one variable called mdx components. And here we will add the image component. Let's pass this as the components inside this mdx content. Make sure you import the image from the Next.js. Let's save this. Now it says cannot access image.prop types on server. So we have to convert this component into a client component. So let's use client. Let's save this. And as you can see, it is rendering this blog details. Let's add the class to this div. Set col span to 8 and font to Inter. Let's save this. As you can see, we are getting all this content. So how we can style this? So for that, we have to open the Tailwind CSS plugins again. Go to this typography plugin. And we have already installed it. So let's import this in the tailwind.config file. Let's save this. Now let's apply the class name. Now in here, as mentioned here, we can use the prose classes to add sensible typography styles to any vanilla HTML. So we have to write just prose class. So let's just write prose and save. And here it is. It will apply all the necessary classes to the block elements, h1 tags, h2 tags, etc. And by just adding one class, it looks really great. Now let's set its width to full and also increase the prose class to prose-lg. Let's save this. Now it will increase the font size. Let's set width to max. So max width to max content. And now it looks much better. Now still there is some format is required. So for that you can visit this website, and there are multiple classes available, multiple themes you can use. Now if you want to change any element, we can use this class. Let's say you want to change the style of the h1 element, then you can use pros-h1 class. So let's use it for the block code. So just copy this and paste it right here. Now for this block code, I want to change its background to purple and set opacity to 20. Let's save this. And as you can see in this block code element, it is purple in the background. Let's add the padding. Set block code padding to 2 and padding left and right to 6. Let's save this. It looks much better. Now let's change the border color of this block code element to border-accent, and now it looks much better. Also let's make this normal fonts instead of this italic. So in the block code, change to not italic class, and this looks much better. Now let's make it rounded. For that you can use rounded for the right side to LG. So this will add the border top right radius to 0.5 rem and border bottom right radius to 0.5 rem as well. Now as you can see, both of these corners are rounded. Let's change the color of this li markers. For that you can use pros-li and use the marker. Change the color to text-accent, and now it looks great. Now this is the table, but it is not formatted well. So for this we have to add remark and rehype plugins. So what is remark and rehype? So remark is a markdown processor, while the rehype is an HTML processor. So let's see which plugins we are going to use. But before that, let's go to this documentation and click on the make source and click the MDX. Now here we can add different plugins for the rehype and remark as well. So let's open the Contentlayer, go right here, type MDX, and let's add the remark plugin, and inside this array let's add remark GFM. Make sure you import remark GFM from remark-gfm. Let's save this and check this blog. Now we can see this table in very formatted way. So how this happened? Let's check what is remark GFM. Let's click on this link. Now let's scroll to the bottom. Now as mentioned here, This remark plugin is support the GFM. That means it supports auto link literals, footnotes, strike through, tables, task list, etc. that are written in the markdown files. Like as you can see in this example, for footnotes, you can write like this, and for the strike through, you can use this tildes. This is the table format in the markdown, and this is the task list. Now let's add the rehype plugins. Let's add rehype plugins, and in here first we will use the rehype slug. So let's see what is this, and make sure you import this rehype slug from this rehype-slug. Let's open this. So this rehype plugin adds an IDs to the headings. So let's open the inspect element, click on any heading. As you can see, there is an ID about this plugin. Now we will use this ID to target this heading. Now let's add one more plugin. This plugin called rehype auto link headings. Make sure you import it like this. Import rehype auto link headings from rehype auto link headings. Let me remove this. Let's save this, and let's check this heading again. Now as you can see here, inside this h3 there is a link, and in this link there is an href that is the ID of this element. So this plugin will create a automatic links to the heading. So let's say we go to the URL and add this ID and press enter. So it will scroll down to this heading. So whenever you want to share this blog or part of this blog to anyone, you can share this URL. So this will start from this heading. Let's see more details about this plugin. Let's see the options. So we have different type of behavior option. In the prepend, it will inject the link before the heading text. Append will inject the link after the heading text. Wrap will wrap the whole heading text, and before and after will insert the link before the heading or after the heading. So we will use the append behavior. So to add this option, go to the content layer. Let's import this in an array, and let's create one empty object. Let's add the behavior option and set its value to append. Let's save this and check this heading element. Now here is the link after the heading text. Now let's add smaller hash for this. So this link has a span element and it has icon space icon dash link class names. So let's open the global.css file. First let's set the HTML scroll behavior to smooth. Then let's use h1 to link to icon dash link. So we are going to target this span element. Now let's use the before pseudo class. We're going to do this for the h1, h2, h3. That's it. Let's write h2, h3. and add the content to hash and font size to 0.8 rem. Let's save this. Now as you can see, there is this small hash for each h1, h2 and h3 tags. Click on this, it will scroll to this element, and also it will change the ID of this URL. Now let's remove this underline. For that we have to do h2 a link, then h3 a link, and set text decoration to none. Let's add important keyword. Now it looks great. Now let's see how to add different code themes for this code blocks. So let's open the rehype pretty code. Go to this website. Now as mentioned here, rehype pretty code is a rehype plugin powered by the Shiki syntax highlighter that provides beautiful code blocks for Markdown or MDX, and it's fast since it avoids runtime syntax highlighting by executing at build time. So this is a really good plugin to highlight the code syntax. Let's see how we can use it. So go to the installation. We have already installed this plugin and the Shiki syntax highlighter as well, and let's use this. Go to the content layer, and here let's use this. Let's use rehype pretty code, and let's write code options. So just write const code options, and inside this code options we will pass the theme. Let's see the options. So we have theme option. So the default theme is GitHub dark dimmed, and Shiki has a bunch of pre-packaged theme which can be specified as plain text. So let's go to this pre-packed themes. So here are all the themes that you can use. You just have to write in the plain text. So we will use the GitHub theme, so which is right here, GitHub-dark. So just write GitHub-dark. Let's save this. And as you can see, now it has a color. Now there are a lot of options that you can use, such as showing line highlighted lines, or line numbers, or word highlighting, inline code highlighting. Let's use this. Now as mentioned here, CSS counter can be used to add line numbers. So let's copy this and paste it inside the global.css file. Let's save this. Now to show the line numbers on the blog, we have to add an option. Now to show the line numbers, we have to add an option like this. Let's open right here. Now as you can see, there are line numbers. Let's open this part in the markdown file. So we are in the building process progressive web apps blog. Let's go to the content and open building progressive web apps. Let's go to the code part. So this is the code. So I just have to add the show line numbers right here. Now let's say if we want to highlight any line, And let's check out. So highlight any specific line. So this should highlight line 1 to 3 and 4th. Let's add this option. Let's save this. And there is nothing because we have to add the CSS. Let's open the inspect element. Click on this line 1. Now as you can see, in the first 4 line there is one data attribute called data-highlighted-line. So for that we have to add the CSS. So let's go to the global.css file, and after this let's add this attribute and add the required styling. So for the background color I will use RGBA 255 255 255 and set the opacity to 0.1 and add the important keyword. Let's save this. Now as you can see, background color is changed for this 4 lines. Let's add the padding to 2 pixel, padding left to 0, padding right to 4 pixel, and border radius to 2 pixel. Let's add border left, so border left to 2 pixel solid, and let's copy the accent color from Tailwind config. Copy this and paste it right here. Let's save this, and as you can see there is this accent color on the left. Now let's see how we can highlight the characters. For that we have to use just slash. Let's go to the blog. Let's highlight this science. Let's highlight this science word. Save this, and let's check this span. Now as you can see inside the span element there is new attribute called data-highlighted-characters. So let's copy this attribute and add the styling. Now let's increase the opacity to 2, padding to 2 pixel, and border radius to 2 pixel as well. Let's save this, and as you can see it is highlighted. Now let's see what other features it has. It has group highlighted characters by ID, highlighting inline code. It also has the titles. Let's add the title. Let's go to this. Let's add the title. Let's keep it as index.html, and let's save this. Now here is the title of this code block. Let's style this. Before that let's get its attribute, which is right here, data-rehype-pretty code title. So let's go to the global.css file and let's style this. Set position to absolute, right 0, background color to the accent color, set text color to white, padding to 4 pixel from the top, 8 from the left and right. font size to 1 rem, and border and start radius to 4 pixel. Let me show this to you. So here is the title. It is not exactly at the right position, so let's open the code block element. So in this div we have one data attribute called data rehyped fragment. So let's add relative position to this attribute. Now before this, let's add the data attribute set position to relative. Let's save this. Now as you can see, this title is inside the code block and it looks great. Now let's see what next. We have the caption, so let's style this as well. Go to the blog and add caption. So this file contains HTML code. Let's save this. Here is the caption. Let's get the data attribute for this caption, which is right here, and let's style this. Set the position to absolute. Top to 100%. Width to 100% as well. Text align. Center. Font size to 1 rem, and let's set its color to gray, so it is 74. Let's save this, and looks much better. That's it. So this rehype pretty code has a lot of features that you can show, such as highlight, title. You can change the language as well and show the line numbers and this caption as well. So this is pretty good for your blog. Let's close this. So I think this blog part is almost completed. Let's see how we can create the table of content component. Now let's check this TOC component from this blog. Now in this table of contents we have different labels of this heading elements. So this one is the h1, but this is the h2. Now h2 is the subheading of this h1, so it is as the child of this h1 tag. Same for this. Now on click on this, it will scroll the page to that certain heading because of this ID, which is in this link. Now we are using the content layer, and the structure of content layer is a bit different. So we are going to use a computed field to compute the whole table of contents. And for that I found a really good solution from one of the blog. So let me share that link with you. Right, table of content from Contentlayer, and this one is the link, which is by Yusuf, and the solution is really great. So let's implement this. For now we don't require this blog. Let me close all these tabs. Now let's go to the content layer. Let's close all this. Open the contentlayer.config.js file, and right here, after the reading time, let's write the TOC. Let's keep its type to JSON, and let's change this resolve function. Let's make it async. For now, let's return true. Now let's check how this headings looks in the raw format. So if you check right here, what if we stack headings? So this uses the 2 hash, that means this is the h2 element, and this heading uses the 3 hash, that means it should be the h3 element. So from this whole raw data, we have to extract such headings. Now there is a common pattern between these headings, such as it can have hashes, space, or new line characters, etc. So for that, we are going to construct the regular expression. So let me do that. Create const regular exp, and let's start with the slash first. Let's do this for the new line. Let me write the whole regular expression, then I will explain each and every part of that expression. So let me explain this regular expression. Now this slash, it marks the beginning of the expression, and slash n, which matches the new line. And now this bracket is the named capturing group named flag, where it matches the hash character. And this 1 to 6, that means it specifies that there should be between 1 and 6 hash characters. Now same as this flag, this is also another name capturing group called content. The dot matches any character except the new line, and plus specifies that there should be at least 1 or more characters. So this is at the end of the expression, and in between these name capturing groups, we have a slash s, backslash s, that matches 1 or more white space characters. So let's see if this regular expression can grab this type of content. So let me just copy this from here up to this, and let's go to the browser. Let me open a new tab, and in the console, first let's create one variable called post and paste all the strings. Now in the post, as you can see, here is the whole string. Now let's try to use the regular expression to grab this headings. So let's use post dot match. First let's declare the regular expression, paste it right here. Now let's write post dot match all, post dot match all, and inside this function let's pass the regular expression. So we got this iterator. Let's use the array. Let's use array dot from this iterator, and now we got array within 2 elements. So first element contains the content that we got using this regular expression, and there is this groups, and in this group there is flag. It has 2 hashes, and in the content we got the content of the heading, and in the next element we have 3 hashes inside this group, and the content for the third h3 heading as well. So this is how we will capture the groups for each heading, and then we will decide the depth of this heading. So let me close this. Let's define the headings. Array dot from post dot body dot raw dot match all with this regular expression, and then we will use the map. Now inside this map we will deconstruct the groups from this array. First, let's get the flag value from the group dot flag. Now this question mark is an operator which checks if group exists, and if it exists then it will check the flag value. Do the same for the content group, and let's return. First we will return the label. So if there is flag, then check the length of the flag. If it is 1, then it should be the 1 label. If the flag dot length is 2, then it should be 2, else it should be 3. So this will create the table of content for h1, h2 and h3 tags. Now for the text, set the content, and for the slug, let's use the GitHub Slugger to generate the slug from the content. For that we have to import it. So import GitHub Slugger from GitHub-Slugger. Now to use this, first let's define it right here. Write const slugger equal to new GitHub Slugger, and let's create the slug from this content. So use slugger.slug and pass the content. Now before that, let's put a condition. If there is content, then create the slug, else it should be undefined. So that's it. It returns the headings. Now instead of this post, let's use the TOC. Let's save this. Now we got an error. It says group is not defined. Let's say it should be groups. Let's save this. And here is the TOC component. As you can see, there are different heading with the label such as 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, etc. So let's see how we can render this TOC. So open the blog page. We will use the details HTML tag. Now in this details, let's use the summary to show the table of content heading. After the summary, let's use another list, and let's map the blog.toc.map. So here we are getting heading. So let's get the heading. Now we will return the li element. In this li element, let's use the anchor tag. And in the anchor tag, let's add one span. In this span, write heading dot text, and in the href, let's add the ID. So add backticks hash, then use a currency sign and brackets to add heading dot slug. Let's save this. Now, as you can see, we have all the headings listed here. Let's go to this, and it's working great. Now let's see how we can style this. First, let's add the class name to this details. Set border to 1 pixel. Border solid, border dark. Set text to dark. Rounded to LG. Padding to 4. Keep it sticky. And top to 6. Let's set max height to 80 VH. Overflow hidden, and overflow Y to auto. Also, let's keep this table of content to open. So in the details element, just write open prop. Let's add class for the summary. Set text size to text-lg, font to semi-bold, capitalize, and set cursor to pointer. Let's save this, and it looks much better. Now for the UL, let's add class name. Set margin top to 4, font to Inter, text to base. Now in the li elements, let's add the key first. Write backticks, then hash, then inside the braces write heading dot slug, and add class name. Set py, padding top and bottom to 1. And looks much better. Now let's use the data attribute to style different depth of these headings. So just write data dash label and write heading dot label. Let's add the class name. Now if data dash label equal to 2, then set the padding left to 0. If data dash label 2, then set padding top to 2. If data label equal to 2, then set the border top dash t. Let's add border solid, border dash dark to 40. Let's save this. Now as you can see, it will create parts between the whole headings. So now if data label is 3, then set padding left to 4. Let's save this. Now as you can see, there is space on the left of this child label headings. Let's add more space up to 6 and display flex items to center and justify to start. Let's save this. and it looks much better. Now let's see how we can add this dots. Let's put a condition before this spawn element. If heading dot label is equal to 3, then add one spawn element, else display null. So inside this spawn, just write ampersand and BSP. This will add one space, and in the class name write flex, width to 1, height to 1, rounded to full, and BG to dark. Set margin right to 2. Let's save this, and now it looks much great. Now let's underline this heading on hover. For that, go to the spawn, add class name, on hover, set underline, and this looks great. So this blog page is completed. Now let's create the pages for the categories. Now same as the /blog, we will create the dynamic routes for the /categories. So for that, go to the app folder and create one more folder called categories. Now inside this category, let's add one more folder called slug. Now in the slug, let's create the page.js file. So now let's create the const category page, and here we will get the params, which stands for the parameters, and let's return the category name. Here it is params.slug. So let's save this and click on this link. Default export is not React component. Let's export this. Export default category page. So here we have web development category. Now there is this space, so let's check this out. Now if you see in this link, there is a space in the category, so we have to slugify this category as well. So go to the blog page, and here is the tag. So go to the tag. Here we are using the link passed from the prop, so we have to modify this link. We can use slug from the GitHub Slugger and just pass the blog.tags. Copy this, paste here. Let's not paste here, just keep it in the link. So now it is web-development. Let's check for the home component. There is also space, so we have to do this for the home cover section. Make sure you import the slug from the GitHub-Slugger. And we have this in the blog layout 1. Blog layout 1. Let's paste this. Now in this blog, there is also another tag right here. Let's change it as well. Let's open the blog details. Let's change this and make sure you import the slug. Actually there is similar names, so let's change this to blog slug. Let's save this, and it is working. So let's click on this web-development. It will give us the category name. So let's see how to render the category name and all the list of categories along with the blogs. Go to the categories page.js file. Now here first let's get all the categories available. So create one variable called all categories equal to an array that contains one category called all that will display all the blogs. And let's get all the blogs, all blogs dot filter. So let's get individual blog and let's return a blog, right, dot tags dot sum, and for some tag first we will slugify the tag. So just write const slugified equal to slug tag. Then if all categories does not include slugified tag, then we will push this slugified tag to this all categories array. So all categories dot push this slugified tag. Now if params dot slug is all, then return true for all the blogs. So it will return it will filter all the blogs, else return slugified equal to params dot slug. So let me explain this again. So we want to filter all the blogs as per the params dot slug, and also we want to create the array for all the categories. So here in all blogs, first we will filter each blog, and for each tag we will use this sum function. Now for each tag we will first we will slugify this tag using the slug function, and then we will see if this slugify tag is already in the all categories arrays or not. If it is not, then we will push it, and if the params.slug equal to all, then let's return true, else we will return slugified equal to params.slug. So let's say if the params.slug is web development and slugified tag is also web development, so it will filter all the blogs that has the web development tag. So the process is same for all the tags except the all. Now for the all, it will return true, so it will display all blogs. That's it. So let's create one article tag, and inside this article let's create one div. This div will contain h1 tag with the params.slug that represents the category name, and after the h1 there is one span tag that will display the text called discover more categories and expand your knowledge. Now after this div, we will display all the categories. So for that, let's create one component called categories. Inside this blog folder, create categories.js. Let's import this component right here and also pass the categories. So pass the all categories as a prop. Now also create one more prop called active, which will have the current slug. Make sure to import this. Let's deconstruct the categories and active. So let's keep this div as it is. Inside this div, we will render the category. Now let's create an individual component for the category as well, same as we did for the tag. So just copy this and inside the blog create one more component called category.js. Paste it. Instead of tag, let's change its name to category. There is one thing that we will add, which is the active prop. Now let's add one class. So now let's add one conditional class name. So when active, the background should be dark, text should be light, otherwise the background should be light and text should be dark. Remove the background from here and text color as well. Let's save this for now, and inside the categories let's import it. So let's map the categories.map. So we have category, which will return this component. First let's write the key, then link, use backticks / categories /cat. Then for the name, pass the cat, and for the active, now here we will check to match the current slug and this category. Now let's add the active. Let's change its name from active to, let's just write current slug. Save it and let's change it here as well. So let's compare. So current slug, it should be equal to slugified category. So if this matches, it will change the style of the active category. Otherwise it will keep all the category as the same. Let's save this. Category is not defined. Let's define it. So here are all the categories. Let's change its style. In the categories div, let's add the class names. Set padding left and right to 20, margin top to 10, border top to 2, text dark, border bottom to 2, border solid, and border color to dark. Let's set padding top and bottom to 4, display flex, items start flex wrap, and font to medium. Set margin left and right to 10. Let's save this, and it looks better. Let's add the styling for this category. Let's change this py to 2. Let's change the border color to border dash dark. Let's save this. Let's add margin m-2. Let's open the category pages and compare it. Looks great. Let's not capitalize and add the hash. Now it looks much better. So as you can see here, it is changing the URL. Let's add the styling for this. In the article, let's add class name, set margin top to 12, display flex direction to column, text dash dark. Now for this div, let's set padding left and right to 10. Let's set it to 32, display flex direction to column. Now for this h1, set margin top to 6, font to semi bold, text to 5XL. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now for this span element, let's add margin top to 2 and set display to inline block. Now it looks much better. Let's change the font weight from font semi bold to font dash medium, or let's just keep the font as it is, font dash normal. Now it looks much better. Now let's render this blogs as per the category name. So after this category, create one div. In this div, let's add the display to grid. Grid calls to 2. Let's set it to 3. Let's set grid rows to 2. Set gap to 16 and set margin top to 24. Set padding left and right to 32. Now in here, let's map the blocks. So blocks.map blog and index, return the article element, and inside this article, let's use the block layout 3. Make sure you pass the blog. In the article, let's add the class name to col-span-1 row-span-1 and set the position to relative. Also don't forget to add the key. Let's save this, and it is displaying all the blogs. Let's go to the productivity, code quality, CSS, web development, JavaScript, and it looks much better. Now let's delete this blog 1. So go to the content and delete this blog -1. Now it looks much better. So the categories page is completed. Now let's create the about page. Now before we create about and contact page, I want to show you something. Let's check this generate static params function from the Next.js documentation. Now as mentioned here, the generate static params function can be used in combination with dynamic route segments to statically generate routes at a build time instead of on demand at request time. So in our blog we have static data, so there is no need to generate any page on demand. We can statically generate all the routes, so it is better to use this function. So let's copy this and go to the categories page, and before this page let's paste this function. Now this function generates different routes as per the slug that you pass right here. So let's remove this. Now let's create one array called categories and one array called paths. Now path will have one params with slug all. Now from the all blogs, let's map each blog. Now for each blog, let's put a condition: if blog dot is published is true, then we will check the tags for the blogs. So write blog dot tags dot map. For each tag, let's slugify the tag. Now here we will use the slugger, so let me just open its documentation. Now instead of using slug directly, we should use like this, because this way the slugger will keep an eye on each slug, so there is no same slug generated. So let's use this. Import the GitHub slugger. Then we will use slugger dot slug. Inside the slug, let's pass the tag. Now we will check if categories does not include the slugified tag. If it does not include it, then let's push it. Now this logic is almost same as we done here, but instead we will return the paths from this function. So paths dot push params slug slugified. Let's replace this to slug all, and instead of this let's return the paths. So this will eventually generate routes for each slug, such as all, web development, etc. So if you have static data in your website, then it is better to use the generate static params function to generate all the routes at a build time, so it will load the website much more faster. So let's do the same for the blogs as well. Let's copy this function open the blogs page, and here let's paste it. Now here we just have to use this inside the return, paste this, and instead of find we will use the map function, copy this, and here we will return the slug with this value. Now in the categories, actually we should just pass the slug, not the params. So let's remove this and this as well. So let's save this. Now we are on the development server. So for the development server, it will always create the on-demand request. But whenever we build our website, it will create all the routes and then serve the website more faster. That's it. Now let's create the about page. Open the app folder, create one more folder called the about, and inside this about folder create one file called page.js. Let's create the function export default function called about. This will return. Let's use the fragments about details. Now in this about page, first let's design this cover page. So in the components folder, create one more folder called about, and here let's create one file called about cover section.js. Let's import this. Make sure to import this component. Let's add section element, set class names, set width to full and height to 75 VH, set border dash bottom to border solid and border color to dark, set display to flex direction to column. Let's keep row for the desktop size and set items to center, set justify to center as well, set text color to text dash dark. Now after this section element, let's add one div. This div will contain one image. Let's use the src alt. Now for this image, I have generated this using the binge search and DALL-E 2. So you can generate different image you like. For now, let's use this. Go to the project files, and here is the character.png. Copy this, paste it in the public folder. Let me import this. Import profile character from /public/ character.png. Let's use this on the alt. Just write your name, in the class name, add width to full, height to full, object to contain, object position to center. Now in this div, let's add a class. Now set the width to 1/2, edge to full, set border dash right dash to border dash solid, border dash dark, display to flex, and justify to center. Let's save this. There is some issue in the imports. Let's directly import it. Go to the public / character.png, and it looks nice. Now after this div, let's add the text content. Create one more div and h2 tag, and next is the paragraph tag. Open the website content, copy this for the h2 and this paragraph for the paragraph tag. Now in this div, let's add class name, set width to 1/2, display flex direction to column, text to left, items to start, and justify to center. Set padding left and right to 16. Now for the h2, let's set font to bold, capitalize, set text size to text-6XL. Now in the paragraph tag, add font weight to medium, capitalize, and set margin top to 4 and text to base. Let's check the width again. Here it is 1/2 and here is the typo. Let's save this, and it looks better. Now let's add the skills. For that, let's create one component inside this about folder called skills.js. Let's import the skills. Now first, let's get the skill list from this website content.txt file. Copy this, paste it right here. Now let's use the section, add class name, set width to full, flex direction to flex dash column, padding to 20, border dash bottom dash 2, border dash solid, border dash dark, and text dash dark as well. Now let's add one span tag. Let's write I'm comfortable in. Let's add class name, set font to semi-bold, text to 4XL, text color to text accent. After the span, let's use the unordered list. Now this unordered list, let's add the class name, display to flex wrap, margin top to 8, justify to start. Now here we will map the skills from the skills list, skill list dot map, get the item and index. So let's return the li element. Inside this li element, write item. Let's add the class names, font to semi-bold, display to inline block, capitalize, and set text size to text -to XL. Set padding top and bottom to let's set it to 5 and padding left and right to 12. Set border to 2, border dash solid and border dash dark. Set rounded, margin right dash 6 and margin bottom dash 6 as well. And on hover, let's scale it to 105. Add transition all ease and duration to 200 and add cursor dash pointer. Let's save this. Also, let's add the key. Let's save this. Let's add more padding on left and right. So we have padding 2. Let's keep it 12. And now it looks much better. After the skills, let's write this message. Open the about page. After the skills, let's add h2 and go to the website content. Copy this, paste here, and instead of this here, let's add a link which sends the user to /contact. Let's add the class name. Set margin top to 8, font to semi-bold, text to 2XL, self start and not in the center, margin left and right to 20, text dash dark. That's it. Now for the link, let's add the class name, set the underline and underline offset to 2. Let's save this. And it looks great. There is no underline. Let's add the important tag. And here it is. Now this looks much better. So the about page is completed. We will add this after creating the contact page. So let's open the contact page. Right now we don't have this page. So let's go to the app, create one folder called contact and add the page.js file. Let's create one function, write export default function contact, return one section that says the contact. Here it is. Now in this contact, in the first div, we will render the Lottie animation, and in the second div, we will use the contact form. So let's add the class name to this section. Set width to full, edge to auto. Let's keep it to 75. Viewport height. Set border dash bottom dash 2 to border dash solid, border dash dark. Set display to flex. Set flex direction to flex dash row. Items to center. Justify to center as well. Set text color to text dash dark. Let's save this, and here we have Lottie animation and contact form. So first let's create one component. For that, in the components folder, create one more folder called contact, and here let's create Lottie animation.js file. Now before this, let me give you the link. If you open the website content.txt file, there is this link for the Lottie animation that I have used. So open this link. Now I have downloaded this .lottie. It is a compressed format that works with the .lottie players. So make sure you download it from here. Then we are going to use this .lottie / react-player. So let's open it as well. Go to this GitHub repo. Now click on this. Let's copy this code and paste it right here. Let's change this app to Lottie animation. Now once you download the animation.json file, send it to the public folder. So here it is. Copy this and send it to the public folder. So on / it can access this Lottie file. So just copy the name and paste after the /. Let's remove the controls. We won't be needing that. Let's remove this div as well and save this. Let's import this. Let's add some class name. Set the display to inline block. Width to, let's set it to 2x5 and set height to full, border dash right to 2, border solid, and border color to dark. Let's save this. So for this Lottie animation, we have to use the use client directive. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now for the second div, let's add the class name. Set width to full, set width to 3x5, display flags, flags direction to column, items to start, and justify to center. Set padding left and right to 16 and padding bottom to 8. First, let's add the h2 and write let's connect. Set font to bold, capitalize it, text size to 4XL, and let's save this. Looks great. Now let's create the form component. Now for this form component, we'll be needing one text, email, phone number, and one text area. So let's close all of this and open the React hook form.com. Go to the tools, open the form builder, and here instead of email, let's write the name, type, select text, and update. Let's add one more for the email. Set its type to email. Let's create one more for the telephone. You can just write phone number and set its type to tel. Create. Now for the last one, let's create for the text area, let's name it as project details and select the text area and click on the create. Now let's copy this code and create the contact form component inside this contact folder, contact form.js, and paste the code. Now here we are going to use this use form hook, so we have to convert this component into a client component. So write use client directive and also change this name to contact form. Let's save this and import this contact form right here after the h2 tag. So here is the form. Let's style this. Now first let's write all the text. So before the first input, write hello, my name is, then keep the one space, and before the second input, write and I want to discuss a potential project. You can email me at, so this is the email, and before the phone number, write or reach out to me on this phone number. Then before the text area, write here are some details about my project. That's it. Let's save this. Now let's style this input. Now inside this form, let's add the class name, set margin top to 12, text size to XL, font to medium, and leading to relaxed, and set font to font inter. Now for this first input, let's add the class name, set outline to none, border to 0, padding to 0 as well, set margin left and right to 2. Now on focus, let's keep ring to 0, and for the placeholder, set text to center. Let's save this. Now this looks much better. Let's increase the placeholder text size, set text to LG, then add border bottom, border color to border dash gray. Let's save this, and it looks great. Now on focus, it is converting the color to blue, so let's change this. Set focus border dash gray and background to transparent. Let's copy this class name and add in the email as well as the phone number and in the text area. Let's save this. Now we have to change some classes for the text area. Let's add rows and keep it to 3. Set width to full, and after this project, add one PR. Now this is much better. Let's add the placeholder that says my project is about ... Let's remove the text dash center for the placeholder. Let's change the placeholder for the name as well. Your name, your email, your phone, and let's save this. And this looks much better. Now let's style this submit button. The class name, let's set margin top to 8, font weight to font dash medium, display to inline block, capitalize it, text size to, let's keep it to XL, padding top and bottom to 3, padding left and right to let's skip 8, border to 2, border solid, and border color to dark. Let's keep it rounded and set cursor to pointer. That's it. Let's change its value to send request instead of submit. So after the type, add value and write send request. Now this looks much better. Now let's create this insight role that goes from right to left. Now this inside role does not change even though I change the about page, but it keeps the animation state same because it is shared by the about and contact page. So let's see how we can leverage the layout functionality and share this same component in both of these pages so that it will not re-render whenever we change this page. So for that, let's check out the Next.js groups, route groups. Now let's scroll down. As mentioned here, a route group can be created by wrapping folder's name in parentheses. So as mentioned here, even though routes inside marketing and shop share the same URL hierarchy, you can create a different layout for each group by adding layout.js file inside their folders. Now here, this layout.js file is shared with account and cart pages. So let's do something similar like this. First, let's close this. And inside this app folder, let's create one more folder called about. Make sure you use the parentheses. And in this group, we will add the about and move this contact as well. And inside this about, let's create one file called layout.js. Now let's export default function called about layout. Make sure you don't use the root layout because root layout is for the app folder only. Now this layout will have the children prop. Let's return main element. Here we will display the insights, and then that is this children. So in the main, let's add the class name, set width to full, display flex, flex direction to column, items to center, and justify space between. Let's save this and check this out. Now as you can see here, there is insights right here and in this about page as well. So let's create this role. For that, let's create one more component inside this about called insight row.js. Let's import this right here. Now let's go to the website content, copy this insights and paste it inside the layout. Let's pass this and the insight role component. Now from this component, let's deconstruct it. Now in this insights, you can add any information about yourself, such as years of experience, multiple number of clients, and any achievements that you have achieved in recent years. Now in this div, let's add the class name, set width to full, background to accent, set text to light, and white space to no wrap, set overflow to hidden, and that's it. After this div, let's create another div. This div will contain all the text. Set width to full, padding top and bottom to 3, flex display to flex, items center, justify to center as well, and capitalize. Set font weight to semi bold and tracking to wider. Here the tracking, that means letter spacing between the letters. Set text to base. Here let's map the insights. So insights dot map text, return one div, and write the text. Also with the text, add one span, and in the span we will add the pipe symbol, add the class name, set padding left and right to 4. That's it. Let's save this, and this looks great. Now let's animate this. For animation, we can customize the keyframes in the tailwind.config file. So go to the tailwind.config.js file. Now after this font family, let's add animation and create one animation called roll. We will use roll keyframes for 24 seconds, in linear manner, and for infinite time. Now let's add the keyframe. The name of the keyframe is row. Now for the 0%, let's use transform translate x to 100%. Copy this and paste it right here. And for the 100%, let's transform it to -100%. Let's save this and use this animation. To use that animation, you just have to write animate and name of the animation, which is roll. Let's save this, and here it is. You can see that whenever I change the page, but inside roll is same. So this is a really great benefit of Next.js. You don't need to re-render every component. Let me close all this website, and that's it. Our website is almost completed for the desktop version. Let's change the index of this blog. Go to the home cover section, change from 1 to 0, save this, and in the featured post, change this to 1, 2, 3, save this, and in recent post, change from 4 to 10. Now we have to do this because we have removed the blog -1. Now let's add the key right here. Let's save this. Now let's see how we can store the total view numbers for each blog. Now for this, we are going to use the Supabase. Now if you don't know Supabase, it's okay. You don't have to learn more about it because we are going to use only a simple function and one table to store the view count. So let's go to the supabase.com and create your account and log in. So after the login, you should see a screen like this. Now let's create one project by clicking on this new project. And if you don't have any organization, create organization. Let's name it as CodeBugs. Now here you can add the project name. Let's write developer blog. Now for the password, let's generate the password. Let's just copy this and store it somewhere safe. For the region, I'm in India, so I will select South Asia and create new project. Now this will take a few seconds to initialize the project. In the meantime, you can copy this anon public key. Now this key will be used to authenticate each and every request from your application to the Supabase. And if you don't want to copy it right now, we can copy it later from the project settings. And the project is initiated. So let's go to this table editor. I think there is some problem with the Supabase for this particular page. Let's ignore that and create a new table. Now let's write the name of the table. Let's write views. The description, you can just say this table contains blog views. Let's keep this check, and these are the columns. Keep the ID and created as it is. Add one column. Let's name it as slug. And for the data type, let's select text. Let's keep it as null, and let's add another column. Write count, and here we will store the total counts, and let's keep its type to integer 4, and let's save this. So here is our table. Now let's go to the SQL editor. Now here we will create one function in PostgreSQL. So before that, we have to grant the permission so that we can create such a function and different schema. So for that, just write grant create on schema public to anon. That's it, and let's run this, and it is success. So after this grant access, we can create the function. So let's write create or replace function called increment. Increment is the name of the function. Let's write now we will pass the slug, the last part of the URL for any blog, into this function. So in the table we will store that slug, and we will increment the counter. So in the argument, type slug underscore text, and type of this argument will be text, and this function will returns nothing, since we don't want anything from this function. This function should only increment the number in the views table. And write void as $. So this line declares the function named increment that takes a single parameter, that is the slug text of type text, and returns void. So the function definition starts with this double currency sign, indicating the beginning of a block of PostgreSQL. Now press enter, and let's declare one variable called view underscore id, and type of the variable is integer. Now this line declares a local variable named view id of type integer, and let's begin. Now this begin marks the beginning of the function's main block. Let's write select id into view_id variable from views table where slug, remember that column we have defined, it is a slug, equal to slug text, and let's limit it to 1. Let me explain this line. So this statement retrieves the id from a views table where the slug is equal to the slug text. So let's say there is a blog which has a slug which is ABCD and it has 5 counts. So let's say if we want to increment that view for that particular blog, so we'll call increment by passing the ABCD as a slug text. And now this line will first compare if there is any blog available with the slug ABCD, and if there is, then it will get that ID of that particular row and store it into the view_id variable. Now let's add a condition. So if view_id is not null, then we will update the view count. So write update views table and set count column to count plus 1. Now where id of that row, it should be same as the view_id. So let me summarize this. So first we have declared this variable, and we will select the id of that row which has this slug for any particular blog. Then if there is id available, that means the row is available in the table, then we will update that particular row. So we have write update views table where set column named count to count plus 1, and where id is equal to view_id. So this is how we will update the particular row. Else, now code runs into the else block because view id is null. That means there is no row available with this particular blog slug. So for that we will create new row. So write insert into views table for the slug and count column, and we will add the values, the passed slug text, and now for the count column let's add 1. That's it. Let's end the if statement. So end if, and let's end this main block of this function. Let's end the function definition, and let's write language PL PGSQL. Now this last line that marks the end of this function definition block and specifies that this function is written in the PostgreSQL language. So let's format this. Now let's run this function, and it has some error. Let's add semicolon in here. Let's add semicolon here as well. Let's run this, and we have a success. So this will create one function called increment, and you can see that in here. Click on this database, and if you go to these functions, so we have this increment function, and you can edit function or check the API docs. So let's check if this function works or not. Go to the SQL editor. Let me create a new query, and to run any function you have to write select function name, which is increment, and here let's write slug ABCD. Let me use single quotes. Let's run this, and we have no result, but let's check the table. And as you can see here, there is a one row with the slug ABCD and count to 1. Now let's run this function again. Let's keep the slug to ABCD. Let's run this. Let's run this query again. And let's run it for one more time. Let's open the table. And as you can see, count is increasing. So let's see how we can connect this Supabase to our blog. And you can also refer to this API docs. You can click on this views table, and this is how you can select, edit, update, or delete any row. And here is the function. Now this is how we can call the function. So let's open the VS Code. Let me close everything. Now if you open this .env.example, you will see there are two variables that we are going to use. One is the Supabase URL and one is the anon key. So let's copy this, or just change its name from env.example to env.local. And let's add values to these variables. Go to the settings and click on this API. Now here is the project URL. So let's copy this and paste it right here. Let's copy this anon public keys and paste it right here. So let's save this. Now open the src components folder and go to the blog, and let's create one more component called view counter.js. Let's write 1. Save this and go to the blog details, and instead of this 10 views, let's add the view counter. Let's save this. You can say it says 1. So first we are going to update this counts on the client side. So let's make it a client component. For that, let's add use client directive. Now here, to connect the Supabase, we are going to use Supabase /auth helper / Next.js. So if you open the package.json file, and here is the library that we are going to use. So first let's create the Supabase instance. For that, create const Supabase equal to create client component client. Make sure you import that from this library. Now here we are going to get slug of the blog. Then let's add one more which says no count. So if we don't want to increment the count, let's say you want to display this view counter component in the home page or to show the total count or total views of any blog, then you just have to pass no count equal to false, so that it does not increment the counter whenever it reloads. And let's add one more prop called show count, and let's keep it to true. Let's add one more state. So just write use state. Make sure to import that from the React. Let's name it as views. For now, let's keep it to 0. Now if show count is true, then we will return this, else we will return null. Now in this div, let's render this states called views and write views. Let's save this, and here it is. So for now there is 0 views. Now let's create one use effect. Make sure you import that from the React. Now in this use effect, let's create one function called const increment view. Let's make it async. Now we are creating this function inside this use effect because we are not going to use this function anywhere outside of this use effect. So let's first write the try block. Inside this try block, let's get the code to call the function. Let's open this API docs, click on this increment function, and let's copy this code and paste it right here. Now after this try block, let's add catch, pass the error, and we will use console dot error, and let's write an error occurred while incrementing the view count. Let's pass the error. Now let me explain this code. So this will call this function increment, and it passes the slug underscore text, which in this case it is slug, and then if this function returns anything, that it will store into data, and if there is an error, then it will store this that message into this variable. So if there is any error, we will log it. So if there is any error, let's use console.error, and let's write error incrementing view count inside try block. We don't need this data, so let's remove it. Let's copy this function, and if no count is true, so just write exclamation mark, write no count, and then we will call this function. And in this use effect dependency, let's write slug and no count. Before we save that, let's go to the block details and pass the slug. So here is the block slug. Let's save this and save this as well. Let's reload this. And we are getting the error. It says incrementing view count inside try block. New row violates row level security policy for the table views. So for that, we have to add a different policy in this database. So go to this authentication and click on this policies. So we have no policies created for this views table. So let's create the new policy. Click on this get started quickly. Now this is the template to enable read access to everyone. Let's use this template. Now we are going to enable the read access not for all users but for anon users that uses that public key that we have stored in the env variable. So For the target roles, let's select anon, and let's keep this expression to true. Let's review this. Looks great. Click on the save policy. Now let's create another policy to edit or insert. Select this, enable insert, use this template. Now enable insert for anon users only. Instead of authenticated, select anon and review. Let's save this. Now let's add one more policy for the update. Click here. Let's use this template and let's change it to anon users. Let's select the anon. Now let's remove this expression and just write true and true. Let's review this and save the policy. So we have three policy: insert, read and update for all anon users. Let's refresh this. Let's refresh this again. Let's check the table. And here it is. Now as you can see here, we have two counts for this blog, and here is the slug. Now let's try for the another blog. Let's click on this, and as you can see here, it has created one row for the JS frameworks comparison blog. Now let's see how we can get this views. So go to the API docs and click on the views table. Now let's see how we can get the view count. So this is the code. Let's create almost same use effect. Let's change this function name to get views, and instead of that, let's copy this. So here we are first selecting the table. From table, let's select the count column. Now let's use another condition, and after that we will use dot match. Let's match the slug column with the given slug value. If there is a match, let's return the single row. And once we get this views, let's set the state. So write set views and pass the views. Now before this, first let's log it. Let's remove this views and keep the data. Let's log the data, save this. And instead of calling this, let's call get views. We don't need this condition, and no count as well. Let's save this. Now here is the data. We are getting 4 count. So let's set the state. If there is a data, then set data dot count, otherwise set 0. Let's remove this log, save this, and as you can see here, it says 4 views. Let me reload this, and it says 5 views. So it is working great. Now let me close this tab. So this is how you can create a view counter and store its value to the Supabase. You can use Supabase to add different functionalities as well. Now let's learn one of the important part of this blog, that is the SEO. Now before that, let's open the Next.js docs. Make sure you are in the app router and go to the optimization. Click on the metadata. Now there are two ways by which you can add the SEO. One is by defining this metadata object, and in this object you can add different information such as title, description, etc. And you can add this metadata in the layout.js file as well, so that this SEO will be shared across all the pages, all the routes. And next is the dynamic metadata that uses the generate metadata function. So this function is usable for the dynamic pages such as blogs and categories. For blogs and categories, we are not creating pages individually for each and every blog. Instead, we are using the page.js file, and we are using the dynamic routes. So for that, we are going to use the generate metadata function. So let's add this metadata constant. Let me close this. Now go to the app directory and open the layout.js file. Well, there is already one constant called metadata. So let's add the required SEO inside this metadata so that it will be shared across all the routes. Now let's edit this metadata. So first, let's add the URL. Now before we add any data into this metadata object, first let's create one file called site metadata. So go to the utils and create one file called site metadata.js. Now in this file we will create one constant called site metadata. Here we will add all the required data that are important for our blog. You can go to the project files and open this site metadata.js and just copy this and paste it right here. Now in the site metadata, we have title of this blog, author, header title, description, language, theme, site URL. For me, it is this URL that I have hosted on the Vercel, so you can change this whenever you host your blog. We have a logo, social banner. Now this logo and social banner, you should have both of these PNG files inside the public directory. So in the project files, let's copy this social banner.png, and this is just a screenshot of the website, and paste it inside the public folder. Now I already have this profile dash image, so let me copy this and paste it inside the public directory again. Let me change its name to logo. Let me close all this, and then we have email, social links, and local. So we are going to use this site metadata for the SEO. Let's close this, open the layout. Now let me open the Next.js docs. Click on the static metadata object. So here are all the fields that we can add into this metadata. So first let's add the metadata base. Now as mentioned here, it is an option to set the base URL. So let's copy this and paste it right here. Now inside this we will add the URL. First import the site metadata object, then write site URL. Make sure to import that. It should not be from the project file, so let me import this again from utils. Let's save this. Now let's open the title. So here is the title. You can add the title as simply as that, or we can use the template. So click on the template. As you can see, template has %s for the string and acme is the website's name. So whenever we pass, let's say in the blog route, we will write the blog title, and at the end it will add this website's name. So let's use this template, copy this, and instead of this, let's use the template and default. In the default, let's get the site metadata dot title, and in the template as well, copy this, and instead of acme, write the currency symbol and parenthesis and paste this. Make sure these are the backticks. So in different routes, whenever we pass the title, it will be right here, and after that title there will be a site title. Let's save this and reload this. Now as you can see here, we have the site title. Now after this, we will add the description. Let's use the site metadata again, dot description. Now let's add the open graph images so that it will help social media to preview our blog. Let's click on this open graph. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now in this open graph, let's add site metadata dot title in this title, and for the description as well. For the URL, we will use this. Now for the site name, let's keep the title. Now for this images, let's just pass site metadata dot social banner, which you can see there is this URL. Let's keep locally as it is and type 2 as it is as well. Now let's go to the robots. Let's copy this, paste it right here. Now it says false, but if you write true, it will enable your blog to be indexed by other search engines. And this is for the Google bot. Let's delete this. You can add or update any settings you want from this. And let's scroll down. The viewport is automatically set with the following default value, so we don't have to add this. Let's add Twitter. Copy this and paste it after this robots. For the title, we will use site metadata dot title. Let's keep the card type to as it is. Let's remove the description, site ID, creator ID, and for the image we will use social banner. Let's save this and let's open this Now inside the inspect elements, open the head. Now you will see all the metadata that we have added. Now here is the OG URL, site name, local, image type, and Twitter card, title, description. And here is the description of this page and title as well. So this metadata will be common across all the routes. So this is completed. Now let's see how we can add the metadata for dynamic routes. Let's go to the documentation and click on this generate metadata function. Let's just copy this and let me close all this. Open the blog page. After generate static params, let's paste this, and here we will add all the SEO related to the blog. So first let's get the data for individual blog. We can copy this and paste it inside this function. So this is how we will get the blog data. Now this function will have params object so that it can access the slug and all other information. And let's say if there is no blog, return nothing. Now first let's add the blog.title, then the description as well. Now let's copy the open graph. Let's go to the open graph. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now for the title, let's use blog.title and description as well. For the URL, we will use site metadata. Make sure to import that from the utils plus add /blogs plus add params dot slug. That's it. Or you can just write blog dot URL that we are getting from here, and this is the URL, but this will start from the /blogs, so we have to eventually add the site metadata dot site URL. Oops, it should be here. Alright, now for the site name, let's add the site metadata dot title. Now let's add local and type right here. In type, set article. Now for the article, there is more fields such as published time. So let's calculate this publish time and date. Create one variable called const published at, and let's use new date. Pass the blog dot published at, and let's convert this to ISO string. Let's do the same for the updated as well. Let's change this name to modified at, and here change it to updated at. Or let's just write blog.date. Do we have that field? Let me check this once again. We have blog.image, author, text, body. We don't have a date. Instead, we can use this publish date if there is no updated add date. So let's copy this, paste it right here, and next field is the modified time. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Now there is one more field for the image. So let's create one variable to store the image list. So in this array, first pass the site metadata dot social banner, and let's check if this blog has the cover image. So let's put a condition, says if blog dot image, then let's add it to the image list. Image list equal to, first we will check the type of blog.image.file path. So eventually we are checking this, it should be string. File path, if it is string, then let's add this image URL. So for that we will use site metadata dot site URL plus blog.image.file path, and let's replace this /public dot replace /public with an empty string. So this will add the blog image. Else let's just set the image list to blog.image. Now in this images, we have to pass the URLs of each image. So let's create one more variable called OG images equal to image list dot map. This will give us the image, and let's return the URL. So return one object, write URL, and let's add a condition, if this image includes HTTP, then return the image, else we will create this URL with using site metadata dot site URL plus the image. Actually we don't have to do this condition, but still it is better to be safe than sorry. Let's copy this, and instead of this array, let's add the OG images. Now let's add the author. So for the author, let's create one variable called authors equal to, let's say if blog has the author, then return one array and add blog.author, else we will use the author from the site metadata dot author. In our case it is codebugs. Let's copy this and add one more field called authors. If authors dot length is greater than 0, it should be authors, and then authors, else add site metadata dot author. That's it. Now let's add the Twitter card. Go to the layout and let's copy this and paste it right here. We have card. Instead of site metadata.title, add blog.title, and let's add the description as well. Now for the images, let's add image list or this OG images. Let's save this and let's check it out. Let's open this blog. Now as you can see on this tab, it has the title of the blog. Let's open the elements, open the head, and here are all the meta tags. Here is the published date and modified date, and here is the published time and modified time, author. Let's check if it has the OG image, and here is the Twitter image. So first we have the site URL from the site metadata, then /blog/ this image, which is the cover image of this blog. So everything looks great. Let me close this. Let's add SEO for this categories page. Let's open the categories page.js. Let's copy this and paste it right after the generate static params. Let's remove this. We don't need this as well. Let's remove everything except title and description. If you want different images for the social media, you can just modify this. For the title, let's use backticks and write currency symbol and parenthesis. Let's add the category name, which is params.slug. Then just write blogs, and in the description let's add backticks. Let's write learn more about. Let's add params.slug, that is the category name. Learn more about XYZ category through our collection of expert blogs and tutorials. Let's save this, and here is the category name and blogs. Now let's remove this dash. So .slug replace all, replace the dash with one space. Let's save this. Let's reload it again, and actually I should do this in the title, and it looks much better. Now for the all category, this does not look much better for the description. Now as mentioned, it says learn more about all through our collection. So let's add one condition here. Let's say if params.slug equal to all, then just write web development, else let's pass the category name, that is params.slug. So let's save this, and now it says learn more about web development through our collection of expert blogs and tutorials. Now this looks much better. Now let's add the metadata for the contact and about page. Let's open the contact page, open the layout. Let's just copy this. Now in this contact page, we don't need to use the generate metadata function because this is not dynamic. Let me remove this Twitter, open graph, and this title as well. Let's remove this. Now in the title, let's just write contact me, and in the description, let's just write this: contact me through this form, or email me at. Let's just write your email instead of this. Let's use backticks, paste this, and let's get the email from site metadata, which is right here. So just write site metadata. Let's import this from the utils dot email. That's it. Let's save this, copy this, and open the about page and paste it right here. For the title, let's just use about me. Here are some details about myself. That's it. Let's save this and check it out. Go to the contact, and here is the title, and in the description it says contact me through this form or the email me at codebugs27@gmail.com. Let's open the about, and this looks great. Let me change this. Contact me through this, through the form available on this page, or email me at this, and much better. Let me close all this. Now our website is almost completed. Now for this social media links, let's get the URL from the site metadata. So open the header, and here are all the URLs. So instead of this, open curly braces, import site metadata from utils dot. First, let's write LinkedIn, then there is Twitter, then we have GitHub and Dribble. So if you open the site metadata, here are all the social media links. Let's copy this and do the same for the footer links. So instead of example, let's replace this with this, change this to Twitter, GitHub and Dribble. Let's save this. We should import the site metadata from utils, and this is pointing to the right URL. Alright, now let's implement the theme switcher button. Let's go to the components folder and create one folder called hooks, and let's start creating the use theme switch hook. Write use theme switch. Make sure to add use keyword before you create any React hooks. Let's write use client directive, and let's export one function called use theme switch. And this function, first let's get the preferred dark query. So let's write prefer dark query, or we can also say preference theme or something like that. So this is one of the media queries that prefers color schema to dark. We will use this media query if there are no user preference available, and we will use the local storage to store the theme. So for that, just write storage key and set it to theme. That's it. Now let's create a function to toggle the theme. So const toggle theme. Let's pass the theme. If theme is equal to dark, then we will add the dark class in the HTML. So just write document element, which is the HTML, and let's add dot class list dot add and add the dark class. Now else we will remove this dark class. So just change this add to remove. Now after that, let's add the theme in the local storage. So just write window dot local storage dot set item storage key, that is the theme, and for the value use the passed theme. So after this function, let's initialize the theme. So let's create one function that check if there is any user preference or not. So const get user preference. So in this function, first let's create one variable called user pref, and first let's get the theme from the local storage. So just write window dot local storage dot get item and pass the storage key. Now if there is something in the local storage, so that means the user has some preference, then return the user preference. It can be dark or light. Else let's return the system preference. So for that we are going to use this media query. So just write window dot match media, and let's add this query dot matches. If this query that says prefers color schema to dark, that means the system preferred color schema is dark, then we will return the dark, else we will return the light. Now after this functions, let's initialize one use state. Make sure to import that from the React. Let's name it as mode. You can also set its name to theme. Let's set this to dark. Now let's use both of this function in an use effect. So let's import this from React. Now in this use effect, first let's get the media query. We will use this media query to check the system preference. Write match media and copy this query and paste it right here. Now after that, let's create one function called handle change, and let's get the user preference using this function copy this. Let's write one variable called new mode. This variable will store the user preference. So after that, let's set this mode, pass the new mode, and after this, let's toggle the theme. Let's copy this new mode right here, and let's call this function. So now whenever this page reloads, it will run this use effect, and first it will run this function and get the preference of the user, then it will set the mode and toggle the theme as well. Now after that, when the page is already loaded and let's say user click on the theme switch button, then we have to detect that change and make a change in the theme as well. So for that, we will add one event listener on this query. So just write media query dot add event listener, write change. On any change, we will call the handle change function. So that's it. Now let's close this event listener on return. So write media query. Let's just copy this, paste it right here, and just add remove event listener. Let's remove this. After this use effect, let's return the mode and set mode function. Let's save this and let's use this hook inside the header. Now we are going to use this use hook in this header, so we have to make it as a client component. So let's use mode and set mode from the use theme switch hook. Make sure to import it. Now in this button, let's create one function called onClick. OnClick on this button, let's use the set mode function. So if mode is equal to, the current mode is equal to light, then set the value to dark, else keep the value to light. That's it. Let's save this and test this hook. Let me click on this. Actually, let's go to the layout and let's add one class for the dark mode. Click on the dark, set the BG to dark. Let's save this, and as you can see, it is working great. Let me click again and it is not working. Let's check the hook. So we have one use effect when the page reloads, but we don't have anything that handles the change in the mode state. So let's create one more use effect. Now in this use effect, this will run whenever any change happens in the mode and calls the toggle theme function by passing the value of this mode. So let's save this. Now let's go to the Tailwind config. Here we have to add the dark mode. Let's open Tailwind CSS. Click on the dark mode. And here it is. Now we have to set this configuration right here. Let's save this and check this, and it's working great. Let's reload it. It is changing from light to dark, so that is not good. Now let's scroll down and we have to add the script on the page load. So let's copy this, go to the layout, and before the header and inside this body, let's use the script tag to add the script. Make sure you import that from the next/script. Let's add one curly braces and backticks and add the script. Now it will check if the theme is dark and there is theme in there is theme in local storage and match media query, and if this all matches, then it will add the dark class, as it will remove the dark class. Now this script is necessary because whenever we reload the page, this should run and check the local storage before it loads all the elements. So let me just modify this. Let's just write local storage.get item theme, and it should be dark. Let's add one more single quote. Let's save this. Let me format it, and it looks great. Now let's make this website responsive and add the dark class whenever required. First, let's start with the logo. Now here it is text-dark. Now for the dark, set text to light. Let's save this, and this looks much better. Let's change the border dark to border light for the dark theme. Change border to light. Let's save this, and much better. Let's decrease the font weight for this codebooks. For the dark, set font weight to semi-bold, and looks great. Let's make it responsive. Now we are going to use the minimum width query. If you search the responsive design, here it is. Now this Tailwind use minimum width. For the SM it is 640, and for the 2XL it is 1536 pixel. Let's use all this. Now in the logo, let's decrease the width to width-12 for the medium screen. So just write MD, set width to 12.